informative and contains my opinion and understanding of the subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hi everyone. Hi Cuff-You. I'm still getting used to this new camera thing. Well, I'm going to change this background. Oh, I thought it was just going to be us, Cuff-You, but there's already 6 people joining. I was like, oh, this might just be us tonight, but it's okay if it was. I enjoy you just as much. Let's see what the other... Ooh. You guys, I have merch up that's only $16 for t-shirts, and I think I'm actually going to try and do it myself. I'll try on myself first, though, don't worry. Like I have an all black sweatshirt on right here. I'll try on there first before I try anybody else, but we'll see what happens. We will get more peeps. Yes, we will. I don't know. People don't know if I know about this case or whatever, and I definitely do. I definitely followed this. So Chris Watts case, I've seen all the videos. I've seen all of Watts the Obsessions videos. I've seen all of Nick's Peaks videos. I've watched all of them over the years, not like recently. So let's pick. Oh, no, that's not what I'm picking. Oh, tomorrow is my last day of StreamYard. They want to charge me $500 for the year. I was like, huh? So I did a little bit of shopping around, and Streamlabs, oh, no thank you. Streamlabs has a thing where you can it's like for 2 years, you could get it for half price if you're a student. So we're going to try that one out. And if my email doesn't work, maybe my daughter's will. Oh, I apologize for being a few minutes late, you guys. I had a little bit of an emergency come up. But we're good now. I fixed it. Oh, I like this one. Sorry if I'm giving you guys like seasickness. All right, we're going to land on this one. Hi, everyone. All right, let's see. Cuff-You's here, my lovely Cuff-You. I didn't really tell anybody I was going live. This was like a last minute thing. I was like, I want to go live, but I want to do a case that like we don't talk about often. So I was like, oh, definitely this one. It was this one, Jodi Arias, or, oh, Top Mom, Casey Anthony. They were the 3 I was like feeling. So I went with this one, but I think people are going to be surprised. Now, let me tell you right from the beginning, and that there's no victim blaming here, Shanann should never, ever, ever, none of this should have happened. I think Chris Watts is a narcissist. I think that he's a horrible person for doing this. What I will say is, hi, Zach. What I will say is, if you are sensitive to things like factitious disorder, which is formerly known as Munchausen by proxy. Okay, I have to tell my daughter to stop. She's like sending me pictures of things that I have no. All right, stop. That's why I was late. She got a little crazy. We both have like a little slight illness anxiety disorder, aka hypochondria. So I'm like, why would you go to me with something hypochondriac-ish? Like, I'm just going to get sick to my stomach now, and now I'm going to be worried. So she called my mom, and my mom was like, let's make an appointment and just figure it out. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably what I should have done. But thank God my mom's still around to help me with that. Who do we have here, you guys? So what I was going to say was, we're going to talk about Munchausen by proxy, or what we now call factitious disorder, and factitious disorder imposed on another person. So formerly known as Munchausen by proxy, you guys, in the DSM-4 TR, we've updated it. There goes Truth. Hi, Truth. Hi, Harlot. Hi, Kiwi. Zach's here. Who else is here? Brenda's here. Bobby. Kiwi, I think I already said you. Just me is here. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you so much for joining me. So let's talk about it. And again, it's totally okay. If this not live is not for you, we will share your, we will hold your seat here for you. Nobody's going to, be upset or anything. I would rather someone know right off the top that this might be a little bit sensitive. And I would rather you know now so that nobody is watching this like, what the heck? So again, we're going to be focusing on what people usually know as Munchausen and Munchausen by proxy. And again, I'm going to do hopefully many lives on here. I do think it's probably smart for me to start out with. A while ago, I did a short on Chris Watts. And maybe I start out with that so that people can see that, like, can see where my, where I'm at with this in my thought process, because I don't want anyone to think that I'm victim blaming, because I'm not. So hold on. You guys, I am so not used to my computer yet. So 1 second while I grab this real quick. I did have it up, I promise. Oh, here it goes. Hold on. I'm getting used to the computer thing. Hopefully you guys could see me a little bit better on here. Hopefully. All right. Let's see. If it's not one of these first few videos, then I'll just look. I'll come over here. Let's look at my channel. You know what I don't like about this computer? The fan goes off a lot, which makes me think like maybe I should have went a little bit more expensive. I don't know if that's normal. It doesn't sound very normal, but whatever. I guess we'll find out. All right, so here we go. Oh, how weird is that? So down in my, oh no, here we go. All right, here we go. I'm just going to put you guys up here with me, and then you guys could tell me if you've ever seen it. I don't know if anybody's seen this yet. Okay, so here goes my page. You should all be seeing it right about now. Let me just check. Yes, you are. Okay, good. So this is today's, obviously. Oh my gosh, you guys, that is so crazy. I have it taping in like horizontally and vertically. So isn't that weird how they do that? They make it 2 separate lives. So there's 16 people watching the one and 11 people watching it in the other way. That's the first time I ever did it both ways on here. So I wasn't used to that. All right, let me go to my videos and let's find Chris Watts. I just, again, want everyone to know that, like, this is not a victim blaming thing. I've done a video on Chris Watts before. I think he's horrible. Here we go. So let's just watch this. I don't know if anybody's, skip that.
Following is informative and contains my opinion and understanding of the subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised.
Chris Watts didn't.
Oh, I did not mean to do that.
He wasn't loud, cocky, or attention-seeking in the obvious ways. He came off as calm, agreeable, even the kind of guy you'd never suspect. But as a psychology professor, I want to talk you through the subtle psychological markers in his behavior that in hindsight raise real red flags. When we hear narcissist, we often picture a grandiose personality, loud, brash, constantly seeking praise. But narcissism isn't a one-size-fits-all, you guys. There are more covert forms which are quiet, manipulative, emotionally detached, that can be even more dangerous because they're harder to spot. Chris Watts' actions, especially before and after the murders, give us an unsettling window into those traits. Let's walk through them one by one. First, covert grandiosity. On the surface, Watts wasn't showy, but he worked hard to maintain the image of a picture-perfect family man.
Here you go. Spread your way, what you waiting for? You up, stretch out, on the floor.
He posted smiling photos on Facebook, said all the right things in public, and maintained the illusion that everything was fine at home, even when it wasn't. This desire to uphold an idealized image, to be admired silently, is a textbook example of a covert narcissists. Unlike overt narcissists who demand admiration out loud, covert narcissists crave the same validation, but they manipulate their environment to get it in more subtle ways. Watts didn't want to be seen as powerful. He wanted to be seen as perfect. Next, the lack of empathy. Empathy isn't about whether someone says they care. It's about how they respond emotionally and behaviorally to others' pain. After the murders, Watts did not show grief. He showed calculation. His TV interviews, his pleas for the return of his family, they all lacked affect. They were flat, dissonant, as if he was reading from a script. What we saw wasn't a grieving husband. We saw a man trying to preserve his image while emotionally distancing from the horror of his own actions. This is a critical marker of narcissistic personality, and image management taking priority over emotional truth. Next is manipulation and deceit. Throughout his affair, Watts told lie after lie. He didn't just hide the relationship, he built a parallel life. He manipulated the narrative to friends, family, even his wife, all while preparing to erase the people who threaten that new reality. What's chilling here isn't just the deceit, it's how calculated it was. Narcissistic traits often involve a deep need to control the storyline, to ensure that the person is always seen in the best light, no matter the truth. Watts' manipulation wasn't a last-minute panic. It was a premeditated identity preservation. Next, we have a fragile self-esteem and a narcissistic collapse. When his story began to fall apart, when law enforcement challenged his narrative, Watts started to crack. But it wasn't grief or guilt that drove the collapse, it was exposure. Narcissistic structures are often brittle. When the illusion begins to break, the person can no longer maintain the false sense of self they've constructed. This collapse isn't about the weight of the crime. It's about the inability to sustain the persona they so carefully curated. For Watts, being revealed as a liar and murderer didn't just destroy his life. It destroyed the version of himself he needed to believe in. Finally, control as survival. At the heart of many narcissistic traits is the need for control, not always to dominate, but to survive. Watts controlled his image, his relationships, even the narrative of the crime. In the absence of emotional depth or authentic connection, control becomes the only way to feel secure. This is where narcissistic traits become most dangerous. When control is prioritized over empathy, over morality, over human life. Watts' need to preserve control over his new identity came at the ultimate cost. This case is terrifying, not just because of the crime, but because of how normal everything appeared until it was too late.
It's craziness over here. Bella wanted lipstick on like mommy today. Show her your lips. And Cece too. No kisses.
That's what makes covert narcissism so chilling. It doesn't announce itself. It blends in. I do want to note that not all people with narcissistic personality are violent. Actually, most are not. But when you mix deep emotional detachment, a fragile ego, strategic deceit, and a strong need for control, you create a risk profile that demands awareness. Recognizing these behavioral patterns isn't about blaming or labeling. It's about protecting ourselves, our relationships, and our communities. If you're interested in the psychology behind the crime, not just the crime itself, make sure you subscribe. There's so much more to uncover when we stop asking what just happened and start asking why.
Okay, so I wanted to start off with that because I wanted people to see that again. I do. Wait. I have no idea who that was or what that was. Oh, you guys, real quick, let me just tell you that. So while the video was on, I was chatting on the side. First of all, Zach, thank you for saying I'm so smart. I love hearing that. I apologize. Okay, StreamYard started this new thing where it'll tell you like what you should be streaming as. So for example, if like right now I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and X, and on certain ones, it'll say that it suggests that you use both vertical and horizontal, or no, that you use one or the other. But then for YouTube, it recommends that you use both. So I just like click all the things because I'm like, well, I'm not trying to leave anyone out. So I'll do vertical and horizontal if I can. So that's what I did, not realizing you guys just told me in chat that there's 2 separate chats, 2 separate Vonas, and 2 separate things going on. And then Harlot said that last night she thought I was doing it on, not like on purpose. Wait, what did you say, Harlot? I was like, no. It said, Dr. Vona, you're streaming in vertical and horizontal mode, which apparently have separate chats. I thought you were doing it on purpose because you were in vertical last night. I had no idea, you guys. I didn't know. But I won't do that again. So which side, you guys, do I tell people to go on? So if you want to go into the chat, hi, Ash. Ash says, I'm glad to be here. I came from Daniel Drunk Turkey Show, and I'm really glad that I found you. Well, I'm glad that you found me too, because I'm glad I found you. So, Harlot, which way are we on now? See, Kiwi says she sees both chats now. Come here horizontal. So, you guys, if you want to be in chat with like all the peoples, and I feel like I see both. Like I'm looking right now on the one. It says, I prefer regular over vertical because you can see like 3 lines of chat on vertical and there's writing all over the screen, LOL. Oh, I agree. I actually prefer horizontal as well, but I thought that Truth said her ass is going to be horizontal soon. I can't with you, Truth. So I apologize. I'm glad you love to learn. You came to the right place because we're going to learn tonight. If anybody's just coming in, because I do see that we have more people here than we started with, which is amazing, I do want to tell you that, again, we're on the horizontal, right? We're on the horizontal, which is like the TV's one, not this way. So it's like not the phone, but the TV, right? I'm right? That's the one I like, the one that looks like the TV, not the phone. I feel like kids like the phone, and if you look at my viewers, we're mostly older females and males, but definitely older females. Horizontal is better in my opinion. I agree. So from now on, I'm just used to the way it used to be. So Ash, it used to be horizontal all the time. Oh, the TV's vertical. Oh, see, you guys, my nickname, Straight A Stupid. So let's talk about this next time. I will make sure that. Wait, why did I think vertical was the other way? I thought horizontal was like laying down and vertical was like blinds. No? I don't know. You guys tell me. But my nickname, Straight A Stupid, so I could be wrong. Anyway, please hit the subscribe and smash that like button. Hit that like button like it owes you child support. Okay, so let's talk about this. If you're just coming in, I just want to warn you that this may not be the live for you because we are going to you said this is horizontal, not vertical, but cuff you, I see both on my screen, so I don't know which one you guys are in. Oh, I am right. That's what I thought. I thought it was like the horizontal mambo when you were kids meant like laying in bed with someone. I like horizontal too. Okay, so vertical is up and down. I always think of like vertical blinds. So I don't know. Anyway, let's talk about Shanann and Chris Watts and the kids. This is the thing. This is not the live for you. If you are sensitive, which is fine, about Munchausen by proxy or Munchausen disorder, we now actually call it factitious disorder and factitious disorder imposed on another person. And let me explain why. We finally come to the realization, this is the thing, if somebody has factitious disorder, and I think of cases like Gypsy Rose, right? That would be an extreme case. Her mom, definitely there. There's many cases I could go through. But when you see factitious disorder, it's exactly that, right? You guys fake. So factitious disorder is a fake disorder. It's brought on by someone who is trying to seek resources of some sort. It's usually the attention of neighbors, family, friends, loved ones, things like that. But it could come in other forms too. So again, we call it factitious disorder because it's fake. And then factitious disorder imposed on another person is when you do it to someone else. So that would be like Munchausen by proxy or fake disorder on someone else. So you're faking a child's disorder. So I am not diagnosing anyone. Let me start by saying that. I did see a few people dropped out, so I'm happy that I warned everyone that that's what we were talking about, because again, I know that this could be a touchy topic, and I know that a lot of people are going to not like that I'm doing this, but this is a psychology channel, right? Psychology and true crime. And although Shanann hasn't committed a crime, and I am not, this is no excuses for anything, I just think that we have an opportunity to look at a disorder that we only hear about because she tapes so much. So I feel like it's a disservice not to use all of that video that we have to look at something that is very real, right? There are many people who have factitious disorder and factitious disorder imposed on another. This would not be a Vona live if Thor didn't bark for me to go let him in. So I do apologize, you guys. Give me 1 second, and then if I let him in, he should be good for the rest of the live. He is so he has factitious disorder, y'all. Thor has factitious disorder, in my opinion. I'll be right back. Hold on, Thor. Come on, Thor, you got your treat? Thor. Okay. All right, he's got a bone. He should be good. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, Allie, enough. All right, the dogs just went out, so they should be good for the rest of the stream. I do apologize. Thank you for being patient. Hi, just me. So, we got Laura from South Florida. What's up, Laura? Did he catch that animal last night? No, thank God. I seen him like putting his nose under the like the shed thing that we have out back. And so I don't know if it was like something small and it ran under there, but he was like, he wouldn't stop. He was like clawing at the grass. I was like, come on, Thor. So you can, he's very, very susceptible to bribery. So if you just bribe him with a little bit of like a bone or something, he's like, okay, I'll come in. But he definitely has factitious disorder. Oh yes, Thor is definitely like Will Ferrell in that thing you sent me. Okay, so let's talk about Shanann here. So Neek's Peaks. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Neek's Peaks, and I have. I'm going to make sure that her channel is at the very top of my description box, and if I know Cuff you well enough, it's going to be in the chat in about 2 seconds too. So please go over to Neek's Peaks and subscribe. So Neek's Peaks, go subscribe. Even Kelly from What's the Obsession. Kelly has done an amazing job. I hope nobody gets mad at me for using some of the content, but again, I'm using it for educational purposes because I do think that it's a disservice not to discuss factitious disorder and factitious disorder imposed on another person when we have so much video evidence of it. So, and again, I am not formally diagnosing anyone, okay? I'm just showing you with what I have here. If I were to teach a class on this, this is probably what I would use as my content. So with that being said, let's look into some of this. So Neeks Peaks she's done an amazing job with this. I haven't seen, oh, look, I just seen one. Oh, no, that's What's the Obsession there. Oh, Kelly, I love Kelly's stuff too. Hopefully Kelly will let me use stuff of hers in the future as well. For right now, what I did want to look at, because Neeks Peaks has done a lot of this, so there's this one here where it says in sickness and in health. So let's go to this. Let me go to this right here. And let's do part 1. Here we go. And a lot of Neeks Peak stuff is stuff you read. So like, let me see. Oh wait, I don't want to get copyright strike. So let's see. See, there you go. So a lot of it is stuff that you have to read. So this right here is MBP, is under recognized, diagnosed, and misunderstood. So this is Munchausen by proxy, but again, we call it factitious disorder. Many who suffer from this disorder could benefit from heightened public awareness and vigilance. Doctors often benefit from parents with this disorder. I think what she means there is that I don't know that I agree with that doctors benefit. Let me tell you why. It has to be a lot of stress on a doctor to challenge a mom that might have this disorder, because you don't want to be wrong, right? Because now that's just offensive. And at the same time, you don't want to do the kid a disservice by not saying something if you see something. So I know in the Gypsy Rose case, there was one doctor that actually, he gets excited to tell the mom that her test results came back negative. And she was like, nuh-uh, like she has that. And he said that was a red flag. So he looks into it. But I don't know that I'd say doctors benefit from this. I think she just means because you go to a lot of doctor's appointments. The Watts home, and in this case, similar to the last time, the disorder received recognition. The Blanchard case, there you go, Gypsy Rose, could help bring awareness, but instead it's being covered up and denied. I don't know that I agree with that either. But again, here, let's go through this.
I think it's many problems that you've had with Shanann at the end of the day.
So this is Chris during his confession.
I was a pretty good dad as well. You never really know a person until you don't know a person.
I worry that she doesn't have any of the issues she says she has. It causes me to believe that she's got a different issue completely.
What do you mean by that?
Like, it almost felt to me like every time a commercial came on TV, she had that disease.
Oh, okay.
You know, and doctors.
Okay, so just in case you can't hear what he says, and I am going to make this louder. Again, I'm still getting used to this new computer, but let me put in sound so I can make it a little bit louder. It sounds a little bit low. But what I would start with here, this is Chris and Jeremy Nystrom, I think his name is. I'm definitely saying that wrong. But, oh no, what did I just do? Hopefully you guys could still hear me, because I just touched something that I probably shouldn't have. Wait, let me say. No, I think I'm good. What was I thinking? Okay, so let me see here, you guys. I think you guys could hear me. Let me know for sure. It says that it's here. I just don't know how to make it louder, so I will definitely play with that later. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Let me know if you could hear it, because if not, then I will try to look at it now so that we can hear it nice and loud. So let me go see what you guys are saying. What does it say? Oh, I didn't get it yet because we have a little bit of a delay. Everyone's in the other chat if you want. Okay, so everyone that's in the other chat, I did not know that there was 2 separate chats when you record both vertically and horizontally. So if you are not, you can hear good. Thank you. If you are not in the chat and you want to be, go to like the same page that you went on to click on there, and you can click on the other one. So were you guys able to hear the video good though? It sounded a little bit low, but I feel like that's that's the way the video was too. So hopefully, let me see, I'm going to audio. It looks like it's turned up. I don't know. Hopefully you guys can hear it. So let me keep going. Oh, Cuffy is going to go drop the link. Thank you. Thank you, Harlot. Harlot's dropping the link too. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And again, I apologize. I won't do that in the future. I'll make sure that I only record horizontally because that's what most people said that they like. And I apologize.
I'm never gonna have kids, and then you're on your third one. You know, it's
Okay, so this is the neighbor real quick, or the friend, and he's saying that he didn't believe that Shanann had any of the disorders that she said she did. She talks about, I guess I should have pressed this before, but she actually talks a lot about how Thrive. So in case you've never heard of this before, she works for a company named Lavelle, and Lavelle's product Thrive is an MLM, which is like a pyramid type business. And she's been in many MLMs, and if you think about it, in order to sell Thrive, you have to show that you're living this life that other people want, right? So I'm not going to tape and be like, oh, I'm feeling like crap today, or I don't feel good today. And you want to make sure that you're always like, if you watch videos of her, which we will, she'll say things like, thank God I thrive. Thank God mommy thrives, you know, and she says that a lot. So with that being said, I do think that, thank you, Truth. I appreciate that. So Kelly says, hi, Kelly, didn't she suffer from lupus? So this is the thing, Kelly, according to Shanann, absolutely. However, there's some people have issue with it because it's controversial, because they said that there was, some people are saying that there was no direct evidence of it in her autopsy. Her dad at one point when he's being interviewed, I did find this like a little bit like, he was like, you know, she had all these disorders, and he's like, you know, this really going to Colorado helped her. She said that like the climate there was really helpful for her. So her whole family lives in North Carolina, and so does Chris's family. And I do think that it's important to note, because family dynamics are what's at you know, under the microscope here. And I think that we see that for Chris and Shanann, there has always been turmoil. His parents and sister never even went to their wedding. So I do think that there is something to say for that. And again, could there be other reasons why somebody might not go to a wedding? Sure. But in this case, it was because the mom did not approve of Shanann. Another thing that I don't know if anybody wants to tell me in chat how you feel about this. So Shanann's parents call her Shannon. And in my opinion, so if my parents call me Shannon and I go by Shanann, what would that be about? So the only thing I can say to explain that is that it has to do with identity, right? So by moving to a new place and having this new name, and again, it's not a new name, like, you know, but a new name in that it's like a new start, a fresh start. A lot of kids do this. So they'll go from like middle school to high school and change like what they want people to call them. So like my daughter Gianna wanted to be called Jaya, stuff like that. My best friend's daughter Isabella, we call her Bella. She wanted to be called Izzy for a while. She's back to Bella. But again, so people do this. It's like trying on different identity hats. And I feel like when she was Shanann, she was the version of herself that she strive to be, where I feel like before, I think if she would have kept going as Shannon, and again, the way the parents say it, it's like Shannon, like Shannon. So, and she just makes it a lot more like, you know, Shanann. And but if you do listen to them, they don't say Shannon, they say Shannon. So it's, you'll hear, I'm sure you'll hear. So let's listen to more of this, but her ailments go way back. She does have one teacher, like mentor type thing in high school, that he said like she had a low self-esteem back in the day in high school, but who doesn't have a low self-esteem in high school? Most of us do, right? I do know that when Chris comes around, she does a video where she talks about how she was at her lowest point and she couldn't have gotten any lower. And this guy, you know, her friend wanted to hook her up with this guy. And at first she said, no way. You know, she had all these things going on, but then he wouldn't let up. So she eventually says yes to go out with him, which is Chris. And she then talks about in like the next minute about how like he sat there for 3 hours and rubbed her head. He didn't even get up to go to the bathroom, and she wasn't used to that because she felt so special. And he gave her, you know, the attention and the love that she was craving and needed. And just like we all need attention and love. So again, this is the thing about this, is that on some levels, some of this stuff is not abnormal until it becomes disproportionate to the situation and it starts to interfere with daily functioning. You could very well say that this interfered with daily functioning towards the end. And again, this has nothing to do with victim blaming. I'm talking about how the family dynamics were. And you'll see how that plays out. But I do think that he gave her a lot of attention going through her ailment. She said that he made her feel good, that he loved her at her worst. So now, you know, she's at her best. And then she'll always go back to thrive. So first it was Chris that comes in her life. Then they move so that she can move to a better climate. They live with a friend for a while, like for months. That's where Dieter comes from, the dog. So Dieter, the dog, was the dog at the other household that they were staying at. And they wind up bringing Dieter with them. And again, if anybody knows anything different that I'm saying, please let me know in chat. But I do feel like I'm pretty well versed on this case. I've literally been following this case from the beginning, even though I haven't spoken on it that much. And I do think that this is a very important case and that it has very important implications. And I think that you guys will be able to see that the way we look for identity and the way that we respond to and react to other people and other situations plays a role in all of this. So I bet at some point, you know, if we were having ailments and, you know, God forbid somebody gets diagnosed with lupus, if we have these ailments and stuff, they're very real ailments. Even when people have like chronic headaches, technically, right, if there's no known medical reasoning, meaning there's no known tumor, things like that, it's considered psychosomatic. And that does not necessarily mean in your head. It just means that our bodies react so much so from our stress and the way that our brain interprets stress that we have a disorder called conversion disorder. So think of the word conversion as convert. This is when your brain converts mental anguish into physical ailments, hence, massive migraines and heart attacks. Did you just hear what I said? Massive migraines. What I was going to say was, I can't believe I just heart attacks, is that when people start to get anxiety, that's another way that we see this. So we'll see it in heart. And why do I keep saying that? We'll see this express itself in things like anxiety. That was another thing. So anxiety also is a very normal emotion. There's nothing wrong with anxiety. As a matter of fact, we need anxiety. So if it wasn't for anxiety, we wouldn't have cures for diseases. We wouldn't have, all the things. There wouldn't be somebody staying up in the lab till all hours of the night. There would be no need for it. So anxiety helps us in fight or flight. It helps us to survive and reproduce. So anxiety has so many purposeful reasonings. However, when it becomes disproportionate to the situation and starts to interfere negatively with daily functioning in at least 2 areas, then it might start to be abnormal. Whenever I say that it has to interfere with daily functioning in at least 2 areas, the reason we do that in diagnosing psychological disorders is because, let's say it was just happening when you were at school. So you notice all of these symptoms, they all occur during school. It's during the time duration that you're at school. You have the symptoms. So there's 3 criteria here. We have time duration, symptoms, and does it interfere with at least 2 areas of daily functioning. So if it just happened at school, we should be able to remove you from school and your symptoms should go away, right? So you look for something more than that. So it's happening at school and home, home, and in your relationship. So it doesn't have to be just 2. It's 2 or more. But the point there is that it's more than 1, right? So I think that that's important. And then the other one is symptoms. So the symptoms is important, but each disorder has a different symptoms and like a different cluster of symptoms and a different time duration. For example, for depression, we have different symptoms for depression than we would for like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or anxiety disorder. And there's many anxiety disorders, but there would be a different set of symptoms. You have to have so many symptoms depending on the specific disorder that we're talking about. That number is going to change. So for example, there may be a list of symptoms, and I'm talking about where is this list? It's in the DSM, or the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders. I thought I had it right there. I was going to grab it, but I don't. It's upstairs. I'll have to show you guys on another live. I'll show you it. I'll even find it online so that I can point you in the right direction if you want to look into it. I will say, don't go crazy reading it, because it could very much start to have an effect. Like, have you ever looked up your ailments on like Google? You know what I mean? Or like on like medical, and everybody's like, don't do it because you're going to find all of the symptoms and like you're dying every time you look that up. It's that same thing here. So I actually talk about on the first day of class with my students in abnormal psychology, we talk about the dangers of self-diagnosis and then trying to diagnose your loved ones. So you should never do that. So anything you learn from me, you guys, take it as something that you learn, just that, right? And not as a reason to go diagnosing somebody else or yourself, because you have to meet all of the criteria. So we went over, does it interfere with at least 2 areas of daily functioning, and the symptomology, and the other one's time duration. They all have different time durations. One might say that you have to have the symptoms for at least 6 months or longer. Another one might say a year. So there's all different ones. PTSD, we've talked about before on here. That has to be 30 days after a traumatic event. For the first 30 days, it's acute stress disorder. Anything after 30 days, it becomes post-traumatic stress disorder. So again, they all have a different time duration, symptomology, but they all in common they have to interfere with at least 2 areas of daily functioning. With that being said, I feel like I needed to, start with all of that so that we get a clear understanding, because sometimes my mistake is that I assume that everyone else knows what I know going into what I'm doing. So I always try to remember that there's somebody here that's either listening to this for the first time or is listening to it in this lens or with this lens for the first time. So I'm going to go back here. I'm sure he's going to say more things, but obviously we know from here that he is suspicious of her ailments.
But I don't know. I'm weird about that stuff too. Like, I don't believe everybody has everything they say they have.
Yeah.
But for her to have everything, I don't think so.
I had that to show for it, and then I met Chris. My health challenges happened. I was diagnosed with some health challenges.
All right, here goes the list. Ready?
And then I met Chris. I met Chris because of those health challenges. My friend sent me a friend suggestion for him. It was actually his cousin's wife. And I deleted it. I was like, I'm not interested. I don't want to meet a guy. Bye-bye. So I deleted her friend's suggestion for him. I was diagnosed 2 months later, and I went through one of the, I would say, darkest times of my life, because things just got scarier, worse. I thought my life was crumbling underneath me, and I didn't know which way to turn. I didn't have a lot of friends at the time, because a lot of my friends I did have, I lost because they didn't understand that I looked.
Okay, so real quick, I do want to stop it here because I do want to, also I don't want to get copyright strike, but I do want to say that if there's people in your life that aren't around anymore because of a health challenge that you have, they're not your friend. Right? So if they're your friend, they're going to stick around. She does talk about not having a lot of friends here, but then when we look back in hindsight, that teacher, mentor says that she was very quiet. She, stayed to herself. And I think that it's interesting because you look at both of her daughters, and one is a little bit more quiet. The other one's more, boisterous. And it's like Shanann back when she was younger with Bella, and then Shanann now with Cece. So it's interesting, in my opinion, to see how that plays itself out too. But keep that in mind.
Perfectly fine. And I felt horribly inside. Horribly. I felt a lot of discomforts, a lot of aches, a lot of bad moods. I met a lot of friends online. And in the part where I gave up on everything, I quit my job. It was kind of temporarily, but kind of quit my job of 9 years. I just said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. You don't understand me. You don't understand what's going on in my life. And I quit. And
If I'm correct, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the job she's talking about is this job called Dirty South. I think that that's what she's speaking of here. It was like a car place where they like hooked up your car. You would bring it in and they would like, do all kinds of things to it, put rims on it, all of those like beauty things to the car. And I believe that that's what she's talking about here. They did say that that company, I believe, went under and that it was a little bit shady, allegedly.
And I got a friend request from Chris.
Hi, Barbara.
I was in a really, really, really bad place.
Hi, Andrea. Oh, I don't know why that stopped. Oh, there we go.
Right before, it's kind of like I was the one, trying to pursue, because like when me and Shanann met, it was like, she was always like pushing me away, kind of like, she was sick for a while, right? Oh, yeah, she had just got diagnosed with lupus, and she was on like a bunch of different medications and stuff. It was like, I guess I was one of her type. And you weren't her type? I wasn't her type.
I don't ever remember hearing this, you guys. He just said, I guess I wasn't her type. I don't ever remember this. That means that she must have said at some point that you weren't my type, because how would he know that?
She told me like when
she told me. There you go. Oh my God. You guys, I'm not good at everything in life. I'm really good at psychology. Sometimes I think I'm like, Zach, am I intuitive, Zach?
When she first, because we had met, she told you that. Yeah.
I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, it was like, when we first met, like, it was at a movie theater. My cousin's ex-wife set us up.
So she had just got diagnosed with lupus, is what that said.
Yeah, I was always pursuing her, and
much better.
Like, finally, I grew onto her. Like, I would always like with her medications and stuff. I would always she had like 8 bottles of medication, so I would always get like her day and nights and kind of like put them all in that little, flip open and go box, all that kind of stuff. And I would always, be around her. I even went to her colonoscopy, and she said after that she knew I was like kind of a keeper. It's like, who goes to a colonoscopy after 3 months with somebody? Right.
So already at 2 months, he was already going to the doctor's appointments. He was helping her through her health challenges, and she let him in the sense that he was privy to all of her medications, which he said that there was a ton of them, and that he would help her by separating them into those, like how you do the days of the week for the weeks. Apparently, he would help her put them together. And this is the thing, you guys, when you're first dating someone, and again, none of this, if you're just coming in, this might be a sensitive one for, some people. And I beg you, if you don't, if this is uncomfortable for you, this may not be the night for you, which is okay. We will hold your seat and you can come back next time. But I do want to warn people that this does get a little bit, you'll see. So with her health challenges, in the beginning, I usually say, so there's dissociative identity disorder, which I do not think is going on here. The reason I say that is that in the beginning parts of dissociation, we have we depersonalize a little bit at times. And again, just like with anxiety, some of these things are dissociation is normal until it isn't, right? So until it meets all those other criteria. So when is it normal? When you first start dating someone, think about the first date that you went on with someone, you probably told them all about your new job, how you just got a car, you're doing this, that, and the other. So you're telling them all the things that are good. And you're probably not telling them the things like, I take 55 medications. And I'm not saying any of this is shenanigans. I'm just saying we tend to not say the bad things. So I take all this medication. My room's a mess. I don't like to do dishes. I don't cook, so we don't tell people that stuff, right? So that's what I mean by dissociation being normal until it's not anymore. So with that being said, I do think that it's a little bit of an oddity, okay? So I'm not going to say it's completely abnormal, but it is an oddity here that after 2 months, he's this entrenched in her dynamic. I thought I hit play.
It's a little soon.
Well, she asked if she needed a ride. I'm like, yeah. She's like, you want to go across the mountain, call off food? And I'm like, sure, why not? I could even sat with her while she drank that nasty stuff all day. Yeah.
Oh,
You guys, really? Like after 2 months, you're going to take that gross stuff where you have to like poop all day? I don't know. What do you guys think about all that?
where she's in the bathroom
That's
all
a good
day.
test.
that clear stuff that doesn't really taste clear. Yeah, but yeah, it was. I mean, it felt like it was a great relationship. Everything was great.
Only it wasn't. Only it wasn't. So I do think there that we have to look at this on the other side too and say that, because again, people dance together. So you can't just have like in a family dynamic, like one thing happening and then somebody else doing something that's completely opposite, because then the dynamic wouldn't work and people would go in separate ways and stuff, because we don't like to live in, we might live in things that are like, we might put up with certain things. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about if you have totally different personalities, you're probably not together to begin with. So I always say two people dance together. So as much as I'm talking about how this might have worked for her, when we look at him, he now, if we're looking at like the quiet narcissist, like I showed in the beginning of the video, he is also having his narcissistic tank fueled, right? Because she needs him. He's not usually her type, but he's her type because he's so good. He helps her with all the things, so much so that he's even there for the colonoscopy, like, which he knows is not normal at that early in their relationship. But this works for him. She's giving him that attention back that he's seeking as well. So you see how these two are dancing together at this point. Again, if one was, doing something dysfunctional and the other one wasn't, we might not see it play out like this. But because they're both getting entrenched in these identities, when they come together, we dance together. This next little part of the video on her neck, just so you guys know, they do have medical insurance, but the medical insurance denied the claim for her neck surgery because they said that it was an elective surgery. I do think that she treads a thin line with some of the stuff, because in one sense, she wants everyone to know that Thrive has, other than Chris, been the single biggest helper to her life as far as her health challenges. Then on the other hand, she has pain in her neck type thing, which I can't find many videos where she talks about the pain in her neck very much. I see the videos where she's talking about having her friend come out with her daughter to stay with them for a few weeks while she gets better. So she talks about all that stuff, and she talks about how she has a disc that needs, like a herniated disc that needs to be fixed. But she leaves it at that. She doesn't go into the fact that, I believe we find out later, that this elective surgery, because it's an elective surgery, had to come out of pocket. And MLMs, right off the bat, if you don't get out within, like, I did one once, and I did my research before I did it, and it was this jewelry thing. And I would go to all of these like jewelry, like it was always the same jewelry company, Story Time. And I would go to everyone else's and like buy something because they're having a jewelry thing. You want to be a good friend and support. Then I'm like, wait a minute. Of course, they talked me into doing it. But at first, it's like where you have to buy stuff first and then you start selling. So you have to buy like a kit. So I was like, all right, I'm not spending $1,000 on a kit. So somebody came in on it with me. Oh, wait, I think it was like $750 each. It was like a lot of money, like $1,500 to like buy in. So we split it, we buy in. And then I'm really good with numbers. I started doing the math and I'm like, I hope you don't like this too much, because we can only do it up until this point before we start losing money. So what we did was we did shows up until that point. And then at that point, we split the rest of the jewelry. And the good news was we didn't have the same taste, so we had no problem splitting the jewelry up. And then I thought about it and I'm like, I have more than $1,500 worth of jewelry that I was able to part with. So I thought, it worked for me. But with that being said, if you don't know those things, MLMs are perfect for finding someone either vulnerable or finding women who are, or men that are home with their children all day, right? That want to make a few extra dollars, or maybe someone who works 2 jobs even. So maybe not just a stay-at-home person, but maybe someone who wants to earn a couple extra dollars to go on vacation or whatever the case may be. You're looking at these videos, she goes live, and this was back when going live wasn't really big yet. So I think that had she still been alive, you guys, we would have all come to know her eventually, because I do think she would have been big online. She was already attracting a huge audience. And again, this is like back when being live wasn't, she was going live on Facebook. So it wasn't even like YouTube and stuff like that. So, but I do think she would have went big.
To show you Chris's text messages, I'll post them in the comments.
Of course, this is low.
Every 4 hours, he's sending me a message, take my medicine.
Every 4 hours, he's
He's
telling her to take her medicine.
That I have to take throughout the day.
Because
So
she
I don't
can't
have time
remember.
for all these
So,
programs.
okay, I don't know why I've never picked up on this, but he supposedly, or not supposedly, but he's texting her every 4 hours to remind her to take her medicine. Both girls are born by this time. So like this is within like the last year or so of their lives, unfortunately. So he's still telling her to take her medicine. He perceives to be, like, from other people, to be the perfect dad and perfect husband. But I usually tell people, like, it wasn't uncommon to hear people say, like, oh, he's like, isn't that great? Like, he, you know, that he makes it easy to get off the live and like smack your husband and be like, why don't you tell me to like why don't you check in with me every day? So, and you could see, but then at the same time, it's like, you don't want that same outcome that she has at the end. So sometimes I guess what I'm saying is, if it's too good to be true, take a step back and see if it is, if that's, you know, if it's because it is too good to be true.
Say to take 2 before lunch, 2 after lunch.
2 before lunch, 2 after lunch.
Through, like, they say she was going through some hard times with her lupus, and he was there. And I mean, she couldn't talk more about him. She used to have migraines. She had lupus. She had migraines. She had fibromyalgia. She had all these diseases. And she said to us one time, she said, Mom and Dad, you know, my head was hurting me so bad that I fell asleep on his lap. He was rubbing my head, and he stayed there for hours with me. Didn't even move. Didn't even bother to get up. Just let me stay there, you know. So I don't. You know,
the reason I just smiled, if you're looking at that, is because I have the craziest memory, you guys, and I haven't watched any of these videos in probably over maybe almost 2 years, and I remembered it almost word for word.
In North Carolina, and then they got married out there, and then they moved out here through one of her friends that said that the weather out here was better. She came out here to visit, and then they moved out here, which, of course, you know, we didn't like that.
Right.
It was so far away.
Right. So.
Okay, so this says perpetrator characteristics. Most perpetrators, and I don't know, where does she get this from? I'm sure, oh, she does have it. Oh my gosh, it's right there. Just so everyone knows, we use APA 7th edition now. So you would never list all of these. You would just put Frazier et al. 2008, and then you would list all these people in the end. So that way the text isn't so bulky anymore. So most perpetrators of MSBP, so Munchausen by proxy or factitious disorder abuse, are women. Okay, so most are women at an estimated of 90% to 98%. Mothers account for 85% of all perpetrators. So wait, how? I always tell my students to think critically. So wait, what? Most perpetrators are women at an estimated of 90 to 98%. Oh, of those women, so I get it. At first I was like, wait a minute, isn't that the same thing? It's not. So of the women, mothers, sorry, you guys, account for 85% of all perpetrators. Other female perpetrators are female guardians or nurses. Oh, nurses are a big one, you guys. And female guardians often, because if you're a guardian, we see this often in cases where they believe, or it is, that they're going to get something after the person passes away, so that they're entitled to something upon death. And then for the nurses that we see, cuff you, I don't know, have you ever had the urge? No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, it's terrible. There's some nurses out there that, you know, they could put a nurse, and again, I don't see, you know what, I'm not even going to spread none of this, because out of 1,000 nurses, 999 are good. So it's just that one bad seed that we see in any field. So let me say that. So about 10% of all perpetrators are fathers. So some cases have involved abuse by both mother and father who conspired together to harm the child. So maybe, I don't know how much conspiring went on, but if this reminds me of the Menendez brothers, right? So the one alleges the abuse by the father and the other one by the mother. So how much did mom and dad conspire, or did they know about it, but they didn't say anything type thing, which I think is more the case. So I feel like mom knew what was happening. She knew not to let people on that floor. We're going to have to get in that case too. So I feel like, you had to know why there had to, and so, but they just didn't really confront each other on it. And then next we have, sorry, I should have did it long enough for us to be able to see. All right, so then we have poor Cece. I hope she gets better. I hope she gets better, man. This week was okay. I had most of it. 3 of our kids were sick, so really didn't do much but take care of them. And then we have, so this is Shanann replying, 102 fever and climbing. Probably be a long night. Yeah, Shanann. And then it says, told me the whole clan was sick. So that's how, duh. Look at that right here. I don't know why I didn't even look at, oh my gosh, straight A stupid. So Cece over here is doing a breathing treatment on Chris's lap. So here we go again. He's father of the year. He looks into the camera for that and smiles, but other times he feels very uncomfortable. Cece, I feel like, knows that if the camera's on to look, but I do believe that she likes the camera more than I think Bella did, in my opinion. This is all legend in my opinion. Okay, so over here, this is Shanann Watts on May 16, 2018. Today I celebrate you. Chris, you are, oh wait, here we go, you guys. I feel like I'm doing Mackenzie and Dom. Let me get my game face on for this. Okay, Nuggets, are you ready? Here we go. Today I celebrate you. Chris, you are absolutely the best thing that ever happened to me in 2010. That year, you were placed in my life when I was at my worst. And I believe all this, you guys. I was just diagnosed with lupus and fibro, and I felt like my world was crumbling around me. Then I met you. We have so many incredible memories these past 8 years. 2 beautiful girls moved halfway across the world. Across the world. Really? I think she means country. Sold a house, built our own home for our family, and you constantly do for us. You work your ass off. You're an amazing husband and an even better dad. You are the blessing I've been looking for my whole life. You are, oh my God, you guys, it says chasing. Anybody that follows Mackenzie thing knows that that's like a trigger word there. So you are chasing big goals and dreams and never stop. You support me in so many ways. I hope you have an amazing birthday. I love you, baby. And then, so let me tell you what's wrong with this, other than the fact of a lot of it. But again, we have the perfect person here that she's portraying to others. The other thing here is that as far as him chasing his big goals and dreams, in my opinion, he was chasing Shanann's goals and dreams, not his. He wanted to work on cars, if I remember correctly. He had an amazing job working on cars. He also was able to get a job in Colorado, where they were moving to, where if my memory serves me correct, he would have made about $250,000 after a few years or something. So he could have gone up the ladder that way. But Shanann says that, and I don't know where this comes from or where she gets this from, but she talks about like something with his fingers. Did he start having like problems with his hands? I feel like it was like a Crohn's type thing where you have like, but I feel like she said, like she was telling people that would get worse over time. And so by moving into the oil business, he could avoid that. In my opinion, I think she thought that being in the oil business would make them more financially secure, not realizing that that wasn't the case. So I don't know if she thought, and again, another thing is she was in the auto industry. So could it have been, maybe some subconscious thing there where she doesn't want to be in that business? Maybe, but that all happened before he goes out and gets that next job and da 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 da. So you could really say no, that probably has nothing to do with it. So I really think, you guys, in my opinion, that this goes back to her thinking that he'll be able to provide even more for her. So, he constantly does for them. He works his ass off. So I think that, again, that's what she's doing to support her. See, you support me in many ways. And I believe that that is a very, very true statement. Okay, now let me go to the next thing. The next thing says, let me see if we can, oh no, that's pretty, I'll be able to read it. Wait, where's my glasses, you guys? Let me grab my glasses. Oh my God, I'm old. I can't believe I'm grabbing my glasses. I have good eyes too. I guess everything goes down when you get old. Oh, I think it's just the text is fuzzy because I put my glasses on and I don't think it looked very different, but I'll put them back on. Let me get the fingerprint off the middle of it right quick. There wasn't a fingerprint, but there was a smear. Okay, today I celebrate you, Chris. You are oh, this is what we already read. How about that? So this is what we just read, you guys. Oh my God, straight A stupid. And here goes pictures too. And you guys, when I think straight A stupid, I'm not like downing myself. If anything, it's like, it's a joke because I do some incredibly gifted things and then less than gifted at the same time. So here we have with Munchausen by proxy, or what we now know as factitious disorder, are most likely to be hospitalized many times. It's important for the nurse to know warning signs of this abuse. Fathers are often described in the literature as passive and aloof workaholics. However, little is known from their perspectives. Through the qualitative analysis of 2 online support discussions, the theory of the disempowered father emerged. So what does that mean in real people words? Qualitative analysis is when you use interviews to get your research data, as opposed to quantitative, where that would be more like a survey where you can put numbers and to your data. With qualitative, you can quantify qualitative data, but that's going really far into it. Just know that qualitative is more of the reason that you would do qualitative interview is because you want to get a more in-depth, rich description and understanding of the phenomenon that you're studying. Boom. Oh, that's called a profile map. I don't know what that means. All right, next thing we have. Okay, so we have more research. I will say this, you guys, if this was my class and somebody handed this in, although it's very well written, and I love that there's research here, and this is how, and forget the APA part, I would just say, because I tell people all the time to think critically, that research, unless there isn't any that is newer, should be within at least the last 10 years. So anything, before 2015 would be considered outdated, except for when we look at like the beginning of a case type thing. So if we're like, back in 1927, so-and-so founded this, that is all important. But when we're talking about the recent literature, it should be closer to within the last 10 years, if not sooner. So rarely do articles mention the demographic characteristics of non-perpetrating fathers. In the case studies of Martin Novick, that's the name of the researcher, in 1995, the men were between the ages of 37 and 43. In one case, the father was 37 years old and the mother was 3 years younger. Most commonly, these men are married, usually to the perpetrator of the abuse. A study in Japan found that 28.6% of perpetrators were single parents. So you guys, that means that about 70% of them, well, 71.5% are married. So in other cases, the parents were divorced. However, most are married. So you guys think about that, right? And again, this goes right to everything I just told you guys about with the dynamics of relationships. So two people dance together. So in order for one parent to be this involved in the health and, welfare of themselves and or their children, the dad would have to turn a blind eye to it. So what better way to do that than to be a workaholic? And then once you're home, you do all of the things for your family so that there really is no downtime to really think about these things. Next we have, and then I'll see how you guys are doing. Next thing we have is marital friction, among other things, may provide the impetus for some women to perpetrate this disorder. Parents tend to come together around a sick child and otherwise, yes, indifferent father may be likely to become more involved in a sick child's life. This right here, you guys, is the ding, 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 ding for me. Thus, the mother may find that the child's illnesses may provide a reprieve from marital conflict or a distraction. So you guys, this is it right here. So just like I was saying, two people dance together. So if you are starting to go down separate paths or you start to notice conflict or that you're starting to go away from each other, one of the things that brings people back together is the sickness of a child. With that being said, when I used to see people in, and I still do sometimes, when I see people in therapy, they're usually, I say, the smartest person in the family, right? Because they wind up developing a disorder that forces them into treatment. Once they're in treatment, the family sometimes will get treatment and then it brings everyone together. And again, this is not always, but sometimes. So what I'm saying is that this is absolutely normal to occur until it's not normal anymore. So what is that differentiation? Well, for me, it would be when you're harming in any way. So whether it be physically, mentally, verbally, the welfare of someone else. And it's interfering in just the daily functioning of the household, the way they make money. I mean, all of the things. She was also working in the medical field for a while. So if you guys remember, it said that nurses are often, and again, not nurses in general. We're talking about when we look at factitious disorder, of the people that have that, a percentage were found to be nurses. So I wonder if her being in the medical field, kind of goes with that. I have my food just in case. Okay, so it says, seem okay. So it says Shanann sent Watts 3 images of swelling to the right ankle of one of their daughters. Her face was not captured. Watts commented, "It looks like her ankle is dislocated in that one picture." Shanann agreed and said she may need special shoes. Just so you know, my daughter's had 30 plus surgery. She's missing her fibula, ankle, and last 2 toes on the right side, and her tibia was bent in half at birth. So she's had 4 limb lengthenings, which are about a year long, and she wears special shoes. And well, let me back that up. You don't need special shoes anymore, you guys. And my daughter's 22, so she would have been older than them. So just so you know, that would have been a red flag to me. I don't want someone to be like, I have special shoes. There are instances where you would wear maybe orthopedic shoes, for example, something like that. But back in the day, think of Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump wore a brace, a Mafo. My daughter wears a Mafo, and on the end of the Mafo, he would say, I wear special shoes. Remember that? So I remember when my daughter had all of this, I was like, oh, she'll just wear special shoes or whatever. I come to find out that I was able to buy her Jordans, and they took the bottom sole off of the Jordans, put a lift in there, and then got the, I don't know, it looked like a brand new sneaker. It was only on one side because they had to make her even. So as she grew, the one side grew faster than the other. So you don't want your hips to be like this. So when it was like this, they would put the shoe to make her even so that when she walked, she was walking straight. Amazing what they can do. But whenever I saw this, I remember seeing this a long time ago and thinking, huh? Bella, while in North Carolina, her mom claims her allergies were bothering her. Huh. Okay, this says the older she gets, the more scared I am to let her out into the real world. The world of evil, the world of hate, the world of bullying. I was reading a post the other day where a kid was being bullied at school because of his nut allergies, and a kid put a peanut in his drink as a joke. He could have died. The world is a scary place. I will do everything in my power to teach her right and to protect her, advocate, stand up for her, and defend her. I pray every day that she never feels any less than the rest of the world. I pray that she's protected when I'm not around to protect her. Nothing or no one will stop me. Hashtag allergy kid, hashtag tree nuts, kiwi, stop bullying, stop hate, protect our kids. What is that one? EO kid? Asthma kid. What's EOE kid? No. And then we have asthma kid. And then it says, so over here, this is Cece we're talking about. Look how happy she is over here. So yeah, I feel like my daughter had real things, and I've never wrote something like this before. I mean, everybody handles things differently. And I guess, my daughter's, well, you could get a pin infection and need amputation. So there's that. But I don't know. I feel like here, I don't know. What do you guys think about this? This part to me is, telling this to up. And then that says more drama. Oh, Nutgate. Just in case anybody's like, what's Nutgate? Chris's mom. So at the very end of their life, Shanann does a lot of traveling. So they come home from a trip together, her and Chris, and then she leaves for a trip for her company, so for Thrive, for the weekend. And then, oh no, wait, I back that up. They go away together. She comes home. Wait, ready, you guys? I have a memory. Someone tell me if on June 27th is when, was it 2018? She goes to North Carolina for the rest of the summer. And then she comes home. And as soon as she comes home from North Carolina, he goes out for the very last week. And then they come home together. Then that weekend, she goes on a Lavelle trip, which is Thrive's parent company. And it's the night she comes home. She gets dropped off early in the morning. It was like 1:30 in the morning. And by 5:30 a.m., the next door neighbor catches him backing his car into the driveway. Someone tell me if I messed any of that up. Let me see what you guys are saying in the meantime, because I haven't checked in a minute. I don't even know if anybody's here. Oh, there's 109 people here. Hi, everyone. Please subscribe and like. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Let me see if I can answer any questions. If you guys have any questions for me, I know when we're over at Drunk Turkey, you'll put like stars and stuff. For me, because I have ADHD so much, so put like an emoji if you have it. If not, put stars or something so that I definitely see it. But if you have like an emoji or something that you could put at first, it'll like stand out to me. But that way I know to read it as opposed to maybe something that people are discussing in the chat. If you are right now in the vertical live, just know that I am not ignoring you. Our chat is not ignoring you. I didn't realize that when you tape in vertical and horizontal that you had two separate chats. I don't know why I didn't think that. Like, it makes sense now that I think about it, but I didn't know that. So do me a favor, if you're on the vertical one and you would like to join our chat, which I would love for you to do, please come over to the horizontal one where we're all laying it up with each other. So when I had my neck surgery, so Barbara Hall, let me back it up a little bit. Okay, let's see. All right, he's the type that wants and like the chase. But when he got her, he didn't want her anymore. As soon as the honeymoon phase wore off, truth, I take it a step further and say, how many girls did he have before? I don't think he's had a lot. So I don't think that it's until he starts working out and gets into his own body that he even starts to feel attractive to other women, in my opinion. So I'm not saying that he was, that he lacked attractiveness. I'm saying that the perception of, he thought that he was, not worthy of that attention back then. So it was hard for him to accept it. Once he starts doing that Thrive duo, the burn patches, that's when we start to see a body transformation. We start to see his muscle definition get, even more pronounced. And that's when I think he gets the little bit of self-confidence to start even, to start flirting with other people. I don't know. And you guys let me know in chat, how long do you think that him and Nikki were talking? So not necessarily in the end when they were staying at each other's houses and having sex all the time, but I don't know if you guys remember, but I believe that she searched a Google search their name. We should do a Google Trends eventually on this, but I don't know. I'd have to look at it on my own to see if it was worth it. But she looked up her name a year before they supposedly started dating or met each other at work. So that's just some food for thought. Okay. I agree with you, Truth. And then yuck, I agree, Truth. So people are agreeing. And I agree. I'm not saying that that's not true, but I think it's for different reasons. I had a friend like that. It turned out he was a psycho. Barbara, well, you better be staying away from that psycho friend. He's talking about the prep for the colonoscopy, right? Exactly. You shit your eyebrows out. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize I was that far back. They'd been married for a while with kids, so I wonder how much Nicole was feeding his ego, and it was like a new woman syndrome. Kelly Dime, let me tell you something. So for any of us, whether you're married or single right now, if you're watching this, it feels good when somebody's like, oh, you look really good. Last night, somebody was like, oh, Dr. Vona, your new camera or whatever, what did they say? I looked like I was 25 or something. I was like, keep going. You know what I mean? It felt good. I'm married happily. It didn't mean anything. It makes us feel good when somebody gives us that attention. So I think, though, if you listen, I don't talk to my husband the way that Shanann talked to him, or puts him down in some ways, I should say. Demasculinizes. That's the word I'm looking for. I feel like she demasculinizes him a lot on her lives, whether she means to or not. See, this is the other thing, you guys. Everything I'm saying here, I'm not saying that anybody woke up in the morning and was like, how can I F this person over to? I don't think that that's what happened. I don't even know that much of this was a conscious thing, right? I'm just showing you human behavior, how it plays out, and how two people dance together as far as behavior goes and thought process. And yes, I do think that being married for a while and her demasculinizing him, that when somebody else comes around and gives him attention, it probably was times 10 to him feeling wise. Then we have, I've had to wear one of those braces. Oh, did you, Barb? Well, I don't think obviously I would have to if I had to, but I would not want to wear a neck brace. That does not seem not that it's supposed to be fun, but you know what I mean. Wasn't there somebody named Sophocles, who wrote a play about some guy named Oedipus who kills? Oh, Travis. What does Freud say about this? So what Travis is talking about is Freud's psychosexual stages of development. So many theorists go out and they develop theories of psychosocial development, psychological development, physical development, all the developments. Freud was like, it's a good idea to say that kids have psychosexual development, and I'm going to give them stages. Stage 1 is the oral stage. Everything that Freud studied in these stages revolved around gratification and sex. So sex and gratification. And if you look at it, if you think of Darwin's theory of evolution, we have to, survive so that we can reproduce and pass on the best of our genetics to our offspring. With that being said, there's a Greek god named Oedipus, And in that story, in the Greek god story, that's exactly what happens. Oedipus winds up, he doesn't know, and this is the same thing in Freud's story. Oedipus doesn't know that he's married to his mom, right? So, but he finds out later on in life that he's not only married to his mom, but he had children with her. So there's something called, well, you guys know what castration is. Castration anxiety, Freud said, is what he had then. So the minute he finds out that he married his mom and had kids with her, he then has castration anxiety. So the fear of getting castrated, anyway, right? There's also the Electra complex, which some of you may have heard even in the Jen Stearns case. Jen says something about she was afraid that there would be, that complex there, and that would be the opposite. So little girls with their dads as opposed to little boys and their moms. Going back to Freud, after you leave the oral stage in the first year of life, and so you enter the anal stage, which he says that that your gratification surrounds the anus. This is the thing, you guys. If Freud nixed the sexual part, I think that there was something to some of his stages, or not some of them. I think there was something to all of his stages. I just think that because he focused on psychosexual stages, especially back when he did, like back then, you guys, like you couldn't even wear pants, like women couldn't wear, or what was it? You couldn't wear anything that showed skin. So if I had a shirt on like this, I would not be allowed on TV because that would be too sexy. You know what I mean? Anyway, I always love when I see like old people with their shoulders out, including myself. I'm like, meanwhile, that's like the sexiest part, that we're showing the shoulder. What's happening? Anyway, back to this, Travis. You're 100% right. My daughter learned, she's in AP Psych, and she was telling my mom about this. And the only reason I knew is because I heard my mom saying, "Oh, wait, what happened, Ava? What?" And I looked at my husband. I'm like, "What's happening?" So he walked by me and he's like, "She's telling your mom about Oedipus." He's like, "That motherfucker." And I was like, "Huh?" And I'm like, what do you have against Oedipus? And then I thought about it and I'm like, did he just say that mother effer? And I was like, oh my God, because he has sex with his mom. Yeah. And I literally started laughing like 10 minutes later, and I heard my husband from the other room. He's like, "Did you just get that?" I was like, "Oh." It was so funny though. I was like, what does he have against, the story? Oh my God. But good job, Travis. That's exactly right. So Freud thinks that at a young age, so after we go through the oral stage, then the anal stage, we go into a stage right when puberty occurs, right? Where we don't, we're no longer interested in the opposite sex. So we go from wanting our moms and dads in Freud's eyes to not wanting anything. And then we come back after puberty and latency. So there's the phallic stage. Sorry, the phallic stage is where the Oedipus and complex came in. That was stage 3. So we have oral, anal, phallic, oral, anal. Oh my God, what did I just say? Oral, anal, phallic, latency. What am I missing? What in the heck? I teach this all the time, and I'm having Freud, psychosexual. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart. Oh no, I'm getting old. So wait, which one did I miss? Oral, anal, phallic, latency. Oh, genital. There is a genital stage. That's the last one. My bad. I don't know how I just did that. The genital stage at the end is when you come back and now you want to have sex with others, but now it's about others, and it's no longer about having sex or wanting sex with the family members. So that was Freud's theory. And that's what Travis was talking about. Let's see. If I had no id, Travis is showing off, you guys. Travis, you must have gotten an A in psychology, Travis. So Travis is showing off, talking about the id. So we have the id, ego, and super ego. Your id is your initial instinct. Your super ego is your morals and like social norms. And then your ego is the thing in the middle that balances out both your id and your super ego. So think of it as like you're on a diet and you come home and somebody's baking your favorite cookies, and your immediate response is to go grab all of the cookies and eat them because they smell delicious and you're hungry. And then your super ego kicks in and is like, oh, don't do that. Like, you've been working so hard on losing weight. Maybe you can just have a bite of one or just eat one. But your super ego kicks in and is like, put the brakes on. And your ego is what we wind up doing. The thing is, we all have different balances. So for some of us, some people are going to lean more towards their id. Other people will lean more towards their super ego. So you might have someone who does do something more id-like and impulsive. And then you might have somebody that doesn't even look at the cookies. So they cover them all together. They don't eat any of them. And now maybe they're making that worse for themselves psychologically, because now they may be craving it or thinking about it even more. So the ego probably would do something in the middle. So it wouldn't eat all of them and it wouldn't eat none of them. It would find that negotiation in the middle, and that is what our ego does. And that is also Freud's theory. She's a beautiful woman. Shanann, she is. She was part of Shanann Watts. I did not like. She has to be special. Oh. Wait, I don't know. I think I missed that one. Casey, hi. I'm a little bit back. I'm trying to catch up. So Barbara's mom had lupus. Hope everyone's having a great night. Oh, no problem. I get sidetracked all the time. I've gotten sidetracked like 55 times already just in the live. 460. I have reread this so many times, LOL. And wait, what's 460? Is this particular interview 460 pages? I think that the case file for this whole case is like 2,000 pages or something. Okay, so the hypochondriac, it says like a hypochondriac. So hypochondria now is called illness anxiety disorder. So, and I think that it's better worded by calling it illness anxiety disorder. I would even say that I might have a little bit of it, and I know my daughter definitely does. And the reason that we switched it over from hypochondria is because hypochondria gets a bad stigma, right? Which I'm okay with hypochondria. I'm okay with these words. I'm just saying why we changed some of the wording. Even with Munchausen and Munchausen by proxy, we even changed that to factitious disorder and factitious disorder imposed on another person. So it's not the only one, hypochondriac to get reworded and renamed. Even things, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's the big five are five main personality characteristics that all of us share as human beings, no matter where you live in the world. And we use the acronym OCEAN. So openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness. And the last one used to be neuroticism. They had to change it to negative emotionality. You want to know why? Because too many people were neurotic about the word neurosis. I was like, what in the hell? So they even changed that. So again, I'm just pointing out the changes, not to be like, oh, that's not what it's called anymore, but just so that you guys know the new name, so that if you do hear the new name somewhere, you can connect the two and be like, oh, that's such and such. I feel like Nicole was the main driver in him turning on Shanann. So this is the thing, Harlot. You're not wrong, I don't think, right? I think that Nicole made him feel like he could have a do-over if only he could erase his past. And that's the problem, right? You really can't do that. So, but yes, I agree with you. Hi from Nova Scotia, Jewelry Freak. I hope you tuned in last night to my Jack and Lily. Well, it was really more about Daniel, but I hope you tuned in for that. And if not, I hope you go listen to it afterwards. So let's say Nicole is evil. It says Casey and Harlot. So this is the thing. So usually I would say with evil, are we talking to, she messed with witchcraft, didn't she? Does anyone know? I feel like she messed with spells and stuff. And what I mean by messed with, she was into it in a way that she probably saw results. So I feel like she actively sought it out. Cheap viewers on streambo.com remove the space. I don't know what that means. She claimed to have all of the above and more. Yup. Cuff you, did you ever confront NK about the searches for Shanann? Cuff you, do you know who NK is? And Chris, the year before she met Chris. I've heard she did, but I don't know. Yes, she definitely did. That is true. So, oh, did they ever confront? I thought that said, did you? Oh my God. So Nicole Kessinger, you guys, she looked them up a year before she supposedly met them. So in my opinion, she would have had to know of at least Chris from work or Shanann from her online lives. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but there's a video where Shanann gets flowers from Chris because a few days before she's on the live making cookies, and she says, I don't know what those angry emojis are for either. So somebody was like hitting the angry emoji multiple times. I think, in my opinion, that was Nicole doing that. So I think Nicole very much watched them. I even think, in my opinion, I would go as far as saying that she met them in the town at some point, like met the kids and everything. And again, think of like festivals, things like that, where you run into other people in your town. So I would not be surprised if she had run into them on more than one occasion. She probably had one thing and half a dozen meds she was taking. No, guess what? Oh, you're talking about Shanann. I thought you meant Nicole. Oh my gosh. Oh, Harlot, I've never been able to find anything with NK speaking to that finding. So NK doesn't speak to the finding, but the finding is definitely there. And I don't know how the investigators kind of just overlooked it. Let's see. I've heard so many people from the US say they moved or traveled across the world. Oh my God. Thank you for saying that. When I read that earlier, it's Shanann that says it. Shanann says it in one of her Facebook posts or whatever. She's like, and Chris, she's like, and then like she was thanking him for being a great dad. And then she's like, and then for moving halfway across the world. And I definitely caught that when I read that earlier and said, you mean the country? Like, but that's funny you caught that too. So it is, they did let her out of everything. You know what I mean? All right, let's see what else I have here because I don't want to do what I did last night and then not get back to this stuff. So how about this? I'll put this one and I'll read some of the stuff I wrote. Oh, I guess I have to read it. Characteristics of the non-perpetrating spouse. Although much has been written to describe the perpetrator, comparatively little is known about the child's parent, usually the father who does not have the disorder. So often the literature does not mention the spouses or partners of the perpetrators or only does so in passing. What is known is usually placed in contrast with the role of the perpetrator of the abuse. The experiences and perspectives of the fathers are seldom explored. The following is a review of what is currently known about non-perpetrating fathers. So let's see. Okay, fathers of child victims tend to be distant, uninvolved, and emotionally and physically detached from the family system. So right here, you guys, what I read here is disorganized attachment. That's exactly what I'm reading here. So disorganized attachment. We'll talk about attachment. As you guys get to know me, attachment and identity are my expertise. Well, I have a few expertise, but they're the ones that I always navigate towards. Some authors describe the men as tentative or as having a passive role in taking a low profile. They've even found that the men tend to be peripheral or contrastingly very intense. So that's interesting. Of the men involved in the case, that's interesting. Studied by the researchers, 70% of the fathers were either absent, or peripheral to the family prior to the abuse identification. The aloof personality of these men is reflective across the literature and summarized well by Aladala et al. Here we go. We upgraded to APA, 7th edition. Et al. Just means that there's 3 or more authors. If it was 2 authors, it would look like Gary and Bentovim, 1996. And if it's 1, that's a colon, meaning that there's another one. That's what it would look like properly if it was 1. And then here it looks like properly as 3 or more, except for if I was a teacher here, you would get points off because we don't put the page numbers. But it says who stated that the father is absent and that this is typical. Interesting. Think of Gypsy's dad too, right?
I've never met any of his oil field buddies at any party we've ever had with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was very cockroachish, for lack of better words, on that. If they went anywhere, it was her friends. It was her people.
Okay. I stepped out and then I just came back in and I saw, and this was only like a minute ago. So Cuffy talks about how they have their own issues. So anyway, somebody comes in and I don't want to really give it too much attention because that's like part of the problem, right? But this one person says, Cuff you, it's unprofessional and gross to speak as if your opinions are facts. I came in a little bit late. So maybe I missed something, but doctors should not make this sound like it is face when it's not. Well, webs of deceit, you did come in late because I've said maybe a million times already, in my opinion, and that this is just my whole point of this. And I also said webs of deceit, that this isn't going to be the live for everyone. As someone who's been teaching, and I am an expert in this, I do not back down to that. If you would like to go back and forth with me on that, let's do it. I have no problems doing that. I know I'm an expert on this. However, I will say this, and I would ask, please, for everyone to be respectful. Nobody, be disrespectful to webs of deceit. This is what I would say, though. It's also unprofessional and gross to come into a chat room and accuse a moderator and or the host of being unprofessional and gross because you assume or you perceive that we say that our opinions are facts, when that's not at all what happened. I've been very clear that we have video to help shed light on a situation that I said 1,000 times, starts out very much so, and even continues in most cases. Oh, look, even Thor's a little upset at that. But even, in some cases where this stuff isn't even conscious. So it's not even something that people see. It's just I have a specialization in couples therapy. So I see clear as day. And again, no, I'm not diagnosing, nor would I ever want to if I didn't meet someone. I will say this, though. That rule, the Barry Goldwater rule, came from back in the day, like way back in the day, right? With like Watergate and all that, where you're not allowed to diagnose anyone without seeing them. Although I totally agree with this, back then we did not have all of the video data that we have in today's day and age. So I think sometimes you get more information and you get to know more about a person when you see video, because I could act like whatever I want to be. At the end of the day, my personality is going to slip through every time. Do you know what I mean? So by watching video, if you guys go back and watch every video that I've ever created, I'm sure that I've even grown since I've only been doing it a few months, but I'm saying even in 10 years, I'll look back and I will have grown from that, I hope, because that's life. So I will say this, if you want to be in our chat and you want to be here, please be respectful to everyone, including me and my mods. This is my channel. And if this isn't something that you'd like to hear, that's okay. You have a right to that. There are many other lives right now speaking about something else. I hope to God, Webb, that you wind up staying because you realize that was that was a misspoke right there. But I do also hope that you retract your statement to cuff you. Thank you. She's a nurse. She knows what she's talking about. Oh, look at that. Thank you, Kiwi. Oh, everybody stuck up for cuff you. But if you, okay. Okay, Truth, you don't have to be like that going back either. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much. Truth, I'm messing with you too. Thank you guys so much for all sticking up for each other. For anyone else who wasn't part of any of that, I hope that you do see that if you become part of this community, that you will have a whole group of people that will catch it and have your back, including me, right? So including me, and I will every time. Birdie has been a member for 3 months. Birdie, I don't know if I remember correctly, but I don't know if you were one of the people that like got a membership like 3 months ago, but that would mean, even whether you did or didn't, that you went back and that you agreed to doing it again and then again. Wow. So whether you agreed twice, 3 times, whatever it was, thank you. It's people like you that has me even on here right now, right? Okay, yes. All right, so let's see what else we have. Dr. V, you don't need to validate or explain yourself. If someone does not like it, they can. So let me tell you, Julie, I agree with you 100%. And thank you for saying that. Thank you. I do appreciate that. This is my thing. Julie, if somebody in the chat said something disrespectful to you, I would want to stop it. Now, this is the thing. If they would have said something disrespectful about me, I might have just laughed at it and been like, save your comments. I'm totally secure in myself. And so is Cuffy and everybody else, I'm sure, too. But I want you to see that I take this very seriously and that I have your back. I appreciate you being here. You guys don't have to be here. There is 1,000 other lives that you could be in right now, and you're choosing to be here. So I am going to stop and say something to someone if they disrespect one of our family members. But you're right, Julie. If this was you and you were live right now and I was you, I'd be saying the exact same thing to you because that's the truth. I don't know anyone. Explanation. You're right. This is for educational purposes. Thank you, Ash. That's exactly what it's for. This is very educational. You're right. This is actually what, oh, look, so Web of Deceit says, I'm not trying to be rude. And I was shocked because I've always thought a lot of the doctor, but when I came, it is how it sounded from the perspective. I say anyone is educated. So Webs of Deceit, I hope to God you stay and that this was just a conception. But this is the thing. So I'm using this as a way to bring in the conversation. But then when I talk about it, sometimes this does go off on like on the side a little bit. So if we're talking about a disorder and there's another part that finishes that disorder, I'm going to tell everybody about the whole thing, even if it's not about the case we're doing, because let's be honest, you guys, like, let's be real. When it comes down to it, I am a psychologist first and then a content creator. I've only been doing this for a few months. And again, I'm sure I'm not doing it the best as I will someday, but I know I'm a good educator. So I hope that didn't sound conceited, but I'm not good at everything, but this is one of them. So Dr. Vona even said that she has an issue, which is very humble. We all have issues. Why are people getting so upset? Oh, girl, I have many issues. And Birdie, shut the actual F up. And now you're going to make me cry. Is that what you want, Birdie? You want to see me cry? Because I'm going to, I'm going to. Birdie. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is either going to more equipment so that we have better lighting so that you could really see me a little bit better, and or my student loans, which have just come in and I'm like, what the good news is I've read some of the stuff just real quick, and I think there might be a way that I can apply for public service. That's another thing, you guys. I'm a public servant and have been for 22 years. So I also work at for-profit college and universities, but I started at as a public servant, and I've remained a public servant my entire time. I could have stopped working at the place that serves underprivileged students, but not only have I not stopped, but I'm head of all of the part-time employees there. I'm the adjunct liaison. So I'm like, right. So anyway, my point is, Birdie, I'm going to cry. Thank you. I love you guys. Oh, I am so glad you stumbled on this too, April. right? It's right up your alley. I've worked with trauma victims, and it's always interesting and learning. So, April, I would say this, not only, will you find this channel helpful for you, but we're going to find it helpful to have you. I always say that this legit is the smartest. Me and Daniel from Drunk Turkey, we have the smartest group of people. And when I say smartest, you guys, let me be clear. Smart, my husband is a union iron worker. He is brilliant when it comes to ironworking and stuff, but you don't, you go to like trade or whatever for that, but he didn't get a doctorate degree. I would say that he is just as smart as I am. And he's definitely on his toes. So when I say smart, know that I don't mean that you have to have a doctorate degree. That's the one thing about having a doctorate degree that I did not look forward to, is that because most people don't have a doctorate degree, I never wanted anybody to think that I was like doctor and that everybody else is something else. You guys, I am Jamie. I'm Jamie from the block. How about that shit? Who's got a bunch of student loans that I have to pay. So if I'm crying, it's because Birdie gave me a huge super sticker that I'm not even comfortable with, and because I have student loans. So there's like a double crying here. Wow, you guys. I am like, oh. Travis says, that reminds me, did the college universities in New Jersey? No, Travis, I had to go to work, okay? And I still stayed up late that night. And I still had to go to work. But I wasn't cursing you the next day. I laughed on my way to work. I was like, and Travis is off right now with everyone else. And here's my dumbass having, no, I'm just kidding, I'm not a dumbass. But here I am having to go to work. But yeah, I had to go to work, Travis, at both of the college, to the college and the university. One was in New Jersey. The other one was in PA, and I had to go for both. Huh. So let's go back to this real quick. So again, I'm sorry for the going off there on the side. Again, I hope that Webb decides to stay and realizes that, it wasn't that. But also I would say, you guys, just make sure when you go into someone's live that you definitely listen first, just to see, because I wouldn't want someone to come on here, think that, then leave and tell other people like, oh, she, da, da, da. And again, who cares, right? That's my channel. I don't care that much. But I do care in the sense that I do think this could be helpful for everyone. And I would just like for everyone to get something out of it if possible.
It was her friends that came over. It was her Thrive people that came over. It was her world that he was living in.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, it worked, right? Everything worked. He is a hardworking kid. Anything she said to do, he would do it 100% of the time. Hey, my parents are going to move out here. You're going to fly out to the East Coast and you're driving the moving truck back and they're going to fly home. Like, I'm good with that. I'll drive the truck so they can fly home. They don't have to ride in the truck.
And long story short, I was diagnosed with health challenges in 2010, so about 6.5 years ago. And it was a really, really, it put me in a really, really bad place at the time. And at that time, I was in a bad place. And I was unhappy. I was not happy with myself. I didn't feel good about myself. I lost so many friends because no one understood the challenges that I was happening. I looked like this still, but my inside felt awful. Everything was just bad. And I lost a lot of friends. I had people who I thought were my closest friends who didn't believe me, didn't believe I felt amazing, didn't believe I was struggling, didn't believe I was hurting. A lot of stress, and all that was going on in my life. And so at that same time, I was in this bad place. I met my Chris. I met my husband now.
We took her to all kinds of doctors when she was little, brain surgeons. We took her to everybody to find out why she kept having these problems.
And that's the thing, right?
Nobody
They went
could
to
find
brain
out.
surgery. They went and had her checked for, and they're saying all this stuff. So I think what the dad's saying is, because it can get frustrating, if you have a kid that is sick or that's complaining and you take them to all of the doctors, as a parent, of course, you want all of the doctor's appointments to say negative, right? At the same time, every time you hear negative on a test, it means we still haven't found whatever it is. And if we don't find what it is, then how do we get help? And anybody in here, I mean, you don't even have to have kids to know that when a kid's in pain, whether, you know, it's a little kid, a teenager, whatever it is, if they come to you and they're suffering, especially as like the parent, I know that that makes me, you know, suffer as well. So, and again, I'm not saying like, I'm not making it about me. I'm just saying her dad here sounds like they tried so many things. So they were also happy when she met Chris because they felt like finally she was able to like enjoy some of, you know, the things that she was doing. He was giving her the attention that she deserved and needed. He helped her. He held her hand through things. He moved across the country for her, right? And all the things. So I think the dad does a really good job of letting the cops know that had he not done that interview that night, you guys, the one, what do they call it? The sermon on the porch. Had he not have done that, we could very much have never heard about this case because it might have went unsolved because nobody could believe that Chris did this. Even her best friend that dropped her off. Why am I missing her name? Is it Amy? Oh my God, I'm having a brain fart. It's not Amy. What is her friend's name? Anyway, it'll come back to me. But the friend that drops her off at night and then comes back the next morning. I forget what my point was. I was thinking of the girl's name and then forgot it. Anyway, it'll come back to me. I apologize. So over here real quick, is everybody okay? Do we stop? Do we keep going? Let me know in the chat. I'll be okay for another little bit if you want. Okay, so over here, this is where it introduces, it says Munchausen, but again, we know this now to be factitious disorder and factitious disorder imposed on another person. And I wanted to show you first the other video because I thought it was important to have a foundation for anyone who maybe doesn't know the story, right? All right, so let's see. So this is a picture of Shanann, and it says baby under construction with an arrow pointing down. Aww. Does anybody else have the pregnancy stick from finding out you're pregnant? I always that fascinates me. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just curious. And look how cute she looks. Stop it. I did not look like that. I did not look like that. And they always say the girls take the beauty out of you. She looks beautiful here. I literally, oh my God. I was like, I'll never forget when I had Gianna. I felt like they needed the jaws of life to get me out of the wheelchair. I was, oh my God, I couldn't have gotten any bigger, I promise. So Shanann Watts, infertility ? She and her family say she had infertility problems. Beat all odds, quotes, to have babies, yet she bought baby clothes before being pregnant. Why would someone who was told they could never have children buy a giant out of their price range home with 5 bedrooms? And okay, I don't know who wrote this on social media, but I would say that's judgy, in my opinion. You should be able to have a 12-bedroom house if you want to, and you should be able to buy all the baby clothes that you want. The truth is that if you're infertile, that doesn't mean that you can't try things like in vitro fertilization or even adopt. So then we have, oops, I skipped one, sorry. We have this one right here. So this is Shanann, and it's a picture of her with her DFT, I think it's called. Yeah, thermal patches or something, but it's literally like a bunch of, it's like vitamins and supplements through the skin. So it says, I'm surviving this humidity, bugs the size of birds. So I believe she's in North Carolina, and the hustle with kids and family. We have been going nonstop for over a week, lots of new thrivers, and I'm 9.5 weeks preggo. I'm truly grateful for the mood support and patience I get from Thrive. You guys, so this goes right into the whole thing, right? So she's truly grateful for the mood support and patience that Thrive gives her. Can we really say that there's a correlation there? I don't know. And then it says the last 2 pregnancies, I never wanted to leave my house unless I had to. So she was not on Thrive the first 2. And then it says, this go around, I'm 4 years older and with 2 wild toddlers. She always calls these kids wild. And I'm like, cause she's never been to my family's houses because they're like regular kids. If anything, I think they're like very well. I don't know. I don't think that they're wild. I haven't stopped saying yes to birthday parties, going to friends' houses at 6 p.m. at night. So why is that important, you guys? So like Travis or anybody, I don't know if you guys are up to this, but she went by this Baby Wise, which is like a way to parent the kids by getting them on schedules, which I believe that you could get them on schedules even without that. But anyway, she put the kids to bed by 6:30 every single night. That was their bedtime. Apparently, she was extremely rigid about the rules. Like these were the rules. And even her friend that came when she had her neck surgery said, you did not break the rules. That's not the word I'm looking for. You did not like throw a wrench into the rules. Like that was like not okay. And then it says, I haven't stopped saying yes to birthday parties. I said that part. Taking kids to the parks and splash pads. I am in love with this lifestyle of just living and enjoying every moment with my family without saying no. Mommy's too tired. I'm addicted to creating memories and living life to the fullest. Thrive life is my best life. So let me tell you what my problem is with this, you guys. So this, first of all, is like 2 months before she passes away. This part I don't have a problem with, but I can't believe, I don't think I realized that she was only 9.5 weeks pregnant, a week into her being there already. So that means she was only 8 weeks pregnant at home. When does she get the, remember when, oh no, that wasn't about the baby reveal. Wasn't there a baby reveal somewhere in the mix too? If I remember correctly though, when she tells him she's pregnant, he did not look like he was happy about it, in my opinion. And by then he was dating Nicole. Him. Then we have Bella's jean jacket I bought 4 years ago. LOL. I knew I would have girls. So that's one of the things that people were talking about. Why would you buy this before? And again, she could have adopted children and, had them wear that. And then it said, I absolutely love being pregnant. I love everything about it, minus the pain I've had this go around. I think I could be a perfect surrogate. So you guys, okay. Neeks Peaks did her homework. So, wow. I did not see this. Wow. So she just got done telling us that her past 2 pregnancies, she couldn't get out of bed. She didn't like it, and that this go around, wow, you guys. She says, I think I could be a perfect surrogate. And then hashtag surrogate, hashtag love being a parent. I mean, pregnant. That doesn't go together, right? Like she just told us in the slide before that thank God for Thrive, where she would have the pregnancy she had the first 2 times where she couldn't do anything. She was too tired. I've never seen this. Wow. Neeks Peaks. Good find as far as, wow. Side note, I don't care what this makes me look like, but I did not love being pregnant. Not even a little bit. There was nothing I liked about it. I didn't like getting sick. I didn't like being bigger. I didn't like not being able to see my shoes. I didn't like having preeclampsia. I didn't like any of it. So when I hear people say that they love being pregnant, I'm kind of like, I'm jealous. Like I wish I did not have that same experience. My mom told me it was the best 4 years of her life. And I remember being like so pregnant and being like, your life must suck. And I was like, I was something else. Let's see, what else does it say?
Left that phone and she got a new phone. Like I start thinking about, movie type stuff. Like,
but you went through a lot of scenarios of which her being murdered by her husband was not one of them.
No, yeah, absolutely. Like that. And then one that even went through my head at some point was maybe their problems were really bad and maybe she took her life and the girls. Maybe it was a murder suicide that way. That was like the worst case scenario in my head. Like maybe they had such a bad fight and there was going to be a custody and she was pregnant. She was stressed out. She just couldn't handle it anymore. Like that was my worst case scenario.
Which is what's so interesting to me, because obviously we know the outcome of the story.
This month in 2010 was when I was officially diagnosed with my health challenges. I just remember that. I forgot.
Oh, wait, let's see.
This year's flying by that I forget. So it's been 8 years that I've been.
So this says October 24th, 2012. So this is, wow, this is like before they get married. Oh, it says it right there. Duh. October 2nd, 2012, 32 days till we are Mr. and Mrs. King. Wait a minute. King Shanann's name for her first marriage. Wait, what? I knew that, but I didn't know. Did anybody else know that? It says 32 days till we're Mr. and Mrs. King. She was marrying Chris. And I almost said, could this just be like Denique's Peaks maybe find this wrong or something? But no, because over here it says Shanann and Christopher's wedding. 10 days left and Chris will be a lucky guy. I cannot believe it. That's a huge red flag too. I know that people say joking around, but
I've been dealing with it a whole lot longer than that, but 8 years that I was officially diagnosed. And so, yeah, we all deserve better. We deserve to feel better.
Did she say 8 years before that she was diagnosed? I thought Chris said that when he met her, she had just been diagnosed.
That was her dream.
To be a mom.
Yes. And then she battled lupus for a long time.
With her lupus, they were her miracles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She became friends worldwide, all over the internet for lupus.
There we go. So, and again, you guys, this is not victim blaming at all. As someone who has so much training and experience with this, I just think that this is an opportunity to educate about this, and that's why we're talking about this. But here her mom talks about how she was not supposed to have children and that these are her miracle babies because she had lupus. That's sad, right?
Family and friends. When they found that she was...
Oh, that's what it was. She said that there's like thousands of people online now that she's made a community with. That would be part of, and again, I don't know that she has factitious disorder, but if we're looking at something like a factitious disorder, or it could even be a somatoform disorder of some sort, either one, do you guys see how by getting this identity, so by getting the identity of somebody with lupus, it afforded her, and again, I don't mean this in a good way, but it gave her the opportunity to then branch out and find other like people. And again, that's a support system. And as human beings, it is natural for all of us to be a social human being, right? We're social beings. So it's normal for us to want support. Oh, wow. I didn't know some of this.
Pregnant with Bella, they were nervous for her because it's a high-risk pregnancy. And she called me, she's like, Mom, nobody's happy for me. You know, my lupus friends. And I said, that's because they care about you.
Oh, that was interesting. I don't think I heard that. Her mom just said that she told her mom that none of her lupus friends were happy for her. I wonder if that was a reality or if that was perception.
My instant reaction is, how does somebody's friend know that they missed a doctor's appointment? Nobody's doctor ever called me because one of my buddies missed an appointment, right? That's my mindset of things.
That was, you know, always her dream is to have kids, and
exciting moment.
Yeah. And then she got pregnant with, interested in, you know, our girls and what, you know, what they liked and wanted to spend time with them. And then she got pregnant with her oldest, Bella. That was, you know, always her dream is to have kids, and
exciting moment.
Yes.
Nothing seemed odd.
Well, she wasn't even sure she could have kids, right?
Yeah, they did have, I know, some fertility problems with the first two, and
that she discussed with you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, she just always really wanted to be a mom, and she loved, like, when she was pregnant, she would always be excited about, oh, I'm, you know, decorating the baby's nursery, and this is the theme I chose, and I got all the clothes ready, and they're all washed and hung up, and but I'm only 4 months pregnant. And
So very type A, like Jeremy just
absolutely.
described.
Yeah, very
Absolutely.
organized and just always like ready to go. Like what's the next thing? And you know, she just always had something going on that she could really dive into and be involved in,
and consistent.
How about any mental conditions or any psychiatric help or anything like that she had when she was growing up?
No.
I don't know who Amanda Riley is.
Or her going to
Someone's going to have to let me know, but I do agree with this next one too. So, oh wait, right here, I skipped it by accident. Webs of Deceit says, I wonder if she wanted to keep her name and for Chris Watts to change his name. Most men would not love that idea. So you guys tell me in the chat, if you were getting married to a male, because we know that 90% of the people that love me are lesbians, which I love all of you 1,000%. But let's say that you were getting married to a male for a minute. And, you know, do you guys think that, I'm saying like where you live in your cultures, your states or countries, wherever you're coming or tuning in from, especially if you're a male, like if Travis is still here in the United States, let us know how you would feel about that. If like, you know, if your fiance wanted you to change your name to her maiden name, and would you just like laugh it off, or would you be like, huh? Like, would it be, you know, a thing? So the thing is, I'm an Italian. The reason I'm saying this is story time. I'm an Italian, and my dad and I are very close. And I always felt bad, like to change my last name. I was like, oh, but I'm a DiGirolamo. I just felt bad. But I got pregnant before I got married, right? My daughter took on my husband's name. Then I get married. I still kept my maiden name at this point. Then I had Ava, my second. Then the kids were young, and I'll never forget. They would be like, Dad, the Vonas are hungry. Are you hungry? And I'd be like, wait, what's happening right now? And they were like ostracizing me on purpose. And I was like, oh, I don't like this. And then my dad passes away, like, you know, and I'm like, you know what? I need to do something. So I did eventually change my name, but I'm going to tell you that it took me longer than it probably should have. And I look back now, and I should have changed my name in the very beginning. Now that I look back, I'm like, that was silly. But I don't know if I was doing it. Again, a lot of this stuff, like I was saying with this, is subconscious. A lot of the things we don't realize that we're doing when we're doing them, it's not until we look back in hindsight that we're like, wait a minute. You know what I mean? Truth never wanted to get married, so she can't chime in on that. I can't say I blame you. Oh, Anthony says, if she's having so many problems, why keep having more children? So Anthony, what if I told you that there's a video? I don't know where it's at right now to make it handy, but I do plan to do this more, because this case, I really like, I've gotten into big time, like on my own. With that being said, I believe I remember watching a video where Shanann has Chris take like classes to like speak. She wants him to like do speeches, and he does a PowerPoint, and it's being taped, and you could tell that he does not feel comfortable behind the camera. You could tell that, but he's doing this like PowerPoint presentation, and the presentation is about marriage. And he talks in the presentation about how if your marriage is bad, you could try to pull it back together by having a child. I was like, what in the hell did he just say? And where did he get that research? That's like the furthest thing from the truth, right? So he actually says that though in some things. So at some point he must have believed that, right? I don't know. Excuse me. Webs of Deceit says her husband would be insulted. We have friends who kept separate names, and during a discussion about it, he was clear that it would be hurtful to him. My husband, Web, was straight like, the Vonas are hungry. What do you want? And I'm like, oh, no, he didn't. Well played. And eventually I was like, he's like, doesn't it bother you that like your daughters don't have the same last name as you? And I'm like, it does. And I started to get it though. But I agree with you. My husband was like offended that anybody would even think of that, which I also don't think is the best, right? Because why do we have to take the guy's name? But at the same time, just for the sake of the children and everything, you know, that's just what I thought I should do. But if somebody doesn't take on that last name, I don't judge that either. My thing was, my last name was DiGirolamo, and this one's Vona, which is a lot shorter. So I was not going to hyphenate it. I was like, I'm not going from 10 to 14, you know, well, 15 with a hyphen. That's just not happening. So I instead, because I really had a hard time getting rid of my maiden name, I dropped my middle name and made my maiden name my middle name. So instead of Jamie and Vona, I'm Jamie DiGirolamo Vona. So there you go. So now I was able to make everyone happy, including myself, because at the end of the day, you have to make yourself happy. That's the only person that you're responsible to make happy, and it's the only person that you can make happy. You can front to make other people happy, or you can think that you're making other people happy by changing something about yourself, but we always revert back to who we are. So I always tell people, don't ever make someone change because of an ultimatum or because you're telling them that they have to. If somebody wants to change or feels like they need to change, they do it on their own time, right? Because that's the only way that it's truly going to help. Over here, we have on this pause, Shanann on December 20th, 2011 says, Chris got out of surgery. Everything went well. He got his Christmas present. He will finally able to breathe through his nose for the first time ever. He might sound different. My dirty mind was like, ooh, girl, you're telling us too much here. But she meant he could breathe through his nose. That's real. I know how that feels. I had mind undo. She wrote septoplastic surgery. Is that plastic surgery? I thought plastic surgery was like getting your boobies done and stuff and taking your fupa off. And maybe a facelift and stuff. I didn't think that having your deviated septum was considered plastic surgery. Someone let me know. And then it says septoplastic surgery. They are having his septum, they are shaving his septum down and drilling his turbinates. I don't know what they are. He can breathe through his nose. He's been that way his whole life. It's not his sinuses. His airways are inflamed and the nose grew bent and it was blocking his airflow on one side more than the other. Yes, he's in pain, but he is okay. Hope you have a great holiday. Love you too. Birdie, you're so funny. Birdie said, is that another way of saying nose job? That's what I'm thinking, right? I wonder if that would be considered, wow. I wonder, yeah, isn't that a nose? Like, I wonder if that would be, so this is the thing. Remember when she gets the neck surgery and she has to pay out of pocket for it? This is years earlier. I wonder if Chris paid out of pocket for this surgery, and if so, if that gave her the, you know, the wherewithal to even be like, maybe this is an elective surgery I should have. I don't know though. You guys let me know what you know. Oh, we have PC Native says that they grew up in a conservative family as a female, so there was never a question about changing the last names. And that's the thing, right? So I'm up in by Philadelphia and like Pennsylvania, New Jersey area. And up here, we're like, boy, have several seats. Like, I'm coming in now, right? And I could definitely see, I don't know why, but I always like find myself like, not attracted physically, like attracted friend-wise and stuff to people from the South. I don't know what it is, but I do. I don't know if you're from the South or you're just in a conservative family, but I have a few Southern friends in here. They're also lesbians. I don't know it. There's no way that it's just by chance. I don't know what it is. I like them too. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do. I don't know what it is. I don't mean to do. I meant like, I don't know what the deal is. He was just living in her world. He never seems interested in family videos or hers. Anthony, ding, 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 1,000%. He was living in her world. And this is the thing. If you look at, so I was like, why would this be so acceptable for him? And why was it so easy for him to do that? And I look back and his mom's very domineering, right? And his dad seems to go with the flow. So I think this also goes back to the fact of intergenerational transmission of just behavior. You know what I mean? So just seeing something and then that becomes part of your life. And then You know, we see, this is the thing, and I'm going to say something real controversial. Ready for this one? It is my opinion, and again, a little controversial here, but this is my opinion, that the most influential person in your life is your same-sex parent, even in the absence of your same-sex parent. I believe, and again, this is Jamie, not Dr. Vona, I believe that is the most influential person in your life. So what do I mean by this? You might be sitting there right now being like, what are you talking about? Like, me and my dad were so tight, or like, I never even met my dad, you know, all the different things. So this is what I would say. I would say that I would love to be up here to debate back and forth, and not debate in a bad way, but I always love when I have one or two students that like are like, nuh-uh, and then we go back and forth, and then finally at the end, they're like, I agree. So I really feel strongly about this. So what I mean by this is, let's say your dad's a piece of crap and you're a guy. One of two things are going to happen. Either you wind up repeating history and doing a lot of the same things that he does, or you're like, I'm never, like, I don't care what I do, but I will never do this to my kid someday. And then that's what you follow through with. So you do the opposite of. Either way, that parent highly influenced you, right? If you've never met a parent, your same-sex parent, you may think, or you may, you know, reflect on this and be like, well, oh, well, like, I am the person I am today as a direct result of not having that same-sex parent. I'm dying to know what you guys are saying in here. And the thing is, I probably shouldn't have said this, because later on like the replay, I'm not going to have the ability to go back and forth in like a debate type thing with someone. So I probably should have saved this for maybe a members only live, but whatever, I already said it. So I don't know what you guys think about that. And if you, and there might be some people that are like, no, I hated my mom. Me and my dad were so close. Me and my dad are exactly alike. Well, guess what? So were me and my dad. So me and my dad were so close. I was like, you know, we got along so well. My mom, anybody that's been here for a minute knows I love my mom to pieces. And I will say that she's a definite testament of how somebody can have a straight personality disorder and in their later years start to loosen up a little bit with that. I also think it's the help of he's not my stepdad. They're not married, but they live together. I love Dory. My dad would have loved Dory, love him. But I think his influence, which makes me think that a lot of my mom's narcissistic personality was a direct correlation between the dance she did with my dad. And I am not the same mother that she was when I was younger, because I do not feel that it was advantageous to my development to be so. So I make it a conscious effort to think about the decisions that I make with my daughters, knowing that someday they'll be 47 and they can look back and be like, I can't believe my mom did that. Or I'm so happy my mom did that. So again, I know that I'm going to be the most influential person in their life. It's also true to say that someday when they have babies, right, they're not going to call my husband to be like, did your vagina hurt? And I'm not trying to be your vulva. There you go, Travis. Sorry. Wait, what was it? The uvula? That was so funny that night, you guys. That was so funny. I thought Travis asked me, wait, I thought he said, can I see your vulva? I was like, what? What's happening? And he said, can I, like, when I look in the mirror, can I see my uvula, the thing in the back of my throat? So I was the one that was off track, not Travis. I laughed. I literally still laugh sometimes when I'm like by myself and I think about it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I said that. Or like if I'm listening to a song, what's the song with the, and she says, forget it. Ain't no way I'm taking a chance of making myself look like an ass in front of a class. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I think the Spanish Mexico has the best plan for last name. So what's their plan, Travis? How are you going to say that and not tell us what it is? You got to tell us what that means. What do they do there? It's plastic surgery. That's funny. Sounds like rhinoplasty. Look at you, Janie. Or Jeannie. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that wrong. Rhinoplasty. So rhino is the word for nose, isn't it? An otorhinolaryngologist. I'm like, why can't you just call them the ear, nose, and throat? I don't get it. But I guess if I was an ear, nose, and throat doctor, I would want to be called an otorhinolaryngologist as well. They bill it as a deviated septum, but sometimes do a rhinoplasty as part of it. Oh, so I had a deviated septum done, and I'll never forget. Me and my dad were in the room, and I made a joke, and I was like, yo, cuz, can you like, I was a little bit older. I was like a teenager. And my dad pulls out like a wad of money. He used to carry a wad in his pocket. We're Italians from Philly, but he pulled out a wad, and I'm like, oh my God, is he like going to bribe the doctor? But again, not consciously aware of like that what he was doing was probably inappropriate. He was like, yeah, doc, I'll pay extra if you want. Like, she really just wants like right here, just a little bit. And I remember the doctor looking at us and being like, I can't bill for that. Like, I have to do a rhino. And I remember my dad saying, all right, but that's why. And I'll never forget. And all I know is that when I woke up, I no longer have the bump there. So he definitely hooked it up. I don't know if my dad like left anything on the way out. I don't know. It's more like having your cartilage straightened. I could not breathe, you guys. It was like collapsed on the one side. And I'll never forget, once they took those things out of your nose a week or so later, I remember him saying, breathe in. And it was like, my whole life changed. I was like, I could breathe. And now I have to be honest with you. This happened when I was 16. I'm 47. And to this day, sometimes when I take a deep breath through my nose, I like literally am like, thank God I can breathe through my nose. I'll like listen to my daughter or somebody like getting all stuffy, and I'm like, I could breathe. So I am happy about that. I had surgery on my nose when I was 15. They wouldn't do it before then because your nose is not fully developed until you're 15. Oh, Barbara, that's interesting. That's interesting, which is why I was 16. I didn't know that. I quit the recorder in 2nd grade because I didn't want to march in the parade in front of people. Nuh-uh. Rhinoplasty is the name for the cosmetic surgery. Oh, come on, Chico La Lesbian. Everybody's a doctor now. Whatever. I don't even know how that person's thing still stayed up. The surgery to correct a deviated septum is called a septoplasty. So this is the thing, Chico La Lesbian. Good name, but this is the thing here. Like I said before, we really do have some of the most educated people I've ever come across. So maybe not everyone is a medical doctor, but there's a ton of nurses in here, and nurses have to learn the same things, right? So they don't go through the medical school part, but they still learn. My daughter's upstairs. She just took a whole thing on prion diseases. I didn't even know what the hell prion was, let alone a prion disease. So again, I think we all stay in our lanes. My lane is not prion diseases and is not, you know what I mean? But my lane is mental illness. So where there's people in my chat, we have a lawyer in the chat. We have a nurse in the chat. We have a psychiatrist that comes in our chat. So we really do. So, you know, everyone's a doctor now. I have my doctorate degree, and I know a few other people have theirs. So I know it sounds like, but you have to remember, we're a bunch of like-minded people that come together. And I hope that you're here to add to that in a positive way and not to try to disrespect it or take away from it, especially because there's thousands of other lives that people could go to if they're not having fun here. And I don't mean that by any disrespect. I mean that genuinely. Like, if somebody's not having a good time in my chat or in anybody's live, you should not stay there, right? Ugh, I had that done and it was painful. It doesn't change the way your nose looks until they do a rhinoplasty. Webs, facts, which is why I'm like, either that doctor felt bad for me in the moment, and it wasn't bad. Like, I didn't have like wait, what is it? This. I didn't have that, right? It was just a tiny little bit, but it was the fact that after, and maybe, who knows, could it just be, and I don't know because I'm not a doctor, could it just be that when they put everything back the way it was supposed to go, that it like took that away? Possibly. I really don't know because I'm not a doctor there. I'm not a doctor, medical doctor. I heard that Chris Watts actually had evil thoughts like killing animals as a very young boy. Well, let me tell you something there. If that's the truth, Chico La Lesbian, I want to know where I can find information on that, because that is literally textbook for some of these behaviors that we see later, and I did not know that. Dr. Vona, do you think Chris Watts would have murdered them if he had not met Nicole. No. But let me tell you why. And this is just my opinion. But I think that her being around made him more aware of the things that were wrong. And again, I think part of that is because growing up, his mom has a very dominant personality, and his dad's actually very laid back, right? So I don't even think that he realized that he was, having these problems until she comes around and he realizes. I think with Nicole, he was able to have a voice. I think Nicole, whether it be, like when you first start liking somebody and you like listen to everything they have to say and you're like, like you get, I think that's what was happening. And I think that he felt heard. And if you look at some of the videos with him and Shanann that we're going to watch eventually, so I hope everybody comes back for these. But if you look at some of those videos, she'll like, there's some where she's like, no, Chris, it's not about you this year. I'm like, what? Like, did she just say that? Or she says the word Chris and he goes, are you talking to me? And she went, no, I'm talking to another. There's other Chris's. I was like, oh my God. But then and then another time I remember she's like looking in the camera and she says, oh, Chris will do it. He'll do whatever I tell him to do. Not like he'll do something for me. Like I would say to you, if somebody was like, oh, I wonder if Ryan could, I'd be like, oh my God, he would absolutely do that for you. Like if I asked him to do me that favor, he would so do that. That's different than he'll do what I tell him to do. I was like, ooh. And that was like literally how she says it. And she wasn't like mad at him, which is like I could see if you're mad at somebody and you're like, oh, and and you feel bad. It wasn't even like that. She was like serious. Agree. Even if they are absent, you get reactive behavior. Oh, Shelly, look at you, smarty. See, I told you guys, we legit have the smartest people. So reactive attachment disorder is a real thing. And Shelly, I agree with you. So unless you consciously change that pattern, you're ding, ding, ding. There was Thor. Did you guys hear Thor? Isn't it so funny? At a certain time, every single night, by 12:30, or like 12:30, he gets like jealous and he starts like making noises because he wants me to pay attention. Oh my God, my mom is a complete narc. Yes. Oh, did you just say hello, Meals? Have you followed the Mackenzie Sharilla case? See, I told you. He's like, bitch, listen to me. Thor, come here, buddy. I'm almost done. Actually, let me put this on real quick and I'll press play. And I'm just going to turn my camera off so that I can let him out. And I can hear this. The door's right there. Hold on, Thor.
A psychologist or psychiatrist or counselor or anything like that?
Not that I can recall.
Did you ever have any problems with the pregnancies with Bella and Celeste?
Bella, she had, I don't think she had, she may have a little bit of a, whatever normal pregnancy, but Celeste, she did have more pain. She had different things with Bella. Celeste, I'm not
that's
a woman, so I don't know all the medical terms for what they had, but I know she had problems. That's why we were worried about her having the third one, because plus her having the lupus and everything else. It's very rare that someone that has lupus will get pregnant. And she did, and then she had another one.
Oh, well,
you guys. She had the other one. I'm like, Shan, you sure? We're worried about you. Even with Celeste, we was like, because she probably did have a problem with Bella. That's why we're so worried about it with Celeste. And I'm fine. And, try not to worry about, your daughter.
Right.
I want a baby, but, you come first.
Right.
Come first.
Right.
So, yeah, she probably did have some medical issues with them. Nothing. I mean, between having the baby on the spine and giving her the problems, I don't think the neck problem was part of that. It may have been. I'm not 100%.
How about after the pregnancy, like postpartum depression, anything like that?
I actually agree with that. So real quick, Webs of Deceit says, I think they would have divorced, but I think they would be alive. Yes, I agree. It's heartbreaking that, so this is the thing. Okay, so it's heartbreaking that some people come into their lives, cause such harm. I feel like she should have been charged. Ooh, don't we all, right? This is the thing. So webs of deceit, I actually agree with you. And I think that the difference here, now that you say that, was, I think the whole Nutgate thing, see, this is the thing though. He let his mom, or he let Shanann let his mom get in the way of them already. But so I don't know, because I feel like, and again, this is just my opinion, but I feel like, oh wait, who's the 38-year-old? April? April, are you the 38-year-old in the chat that's mentally unstable? Because if so, I'm going to correct you. We are not mentally unstable here. We put the fun in dysfunctional. There you go. How about that one? So we put the fun in dysfunctional over here, AKA mentally unstable, but you know, fun and dysfunctional sounds way better. You have to have what? Oh, your septum. I always wondered why they couldn't charge her with something too. I think it's because, well, I think it's because of a lot of reasons. I think that whole thing was shady. Let's see what else. I'm not sure if I think that NK should have been charged or not. So this is the thing. Harlot says that she doesn't know if she should be charged or not, but I definitely think they should have looked at her a lot closer. That's actually what I agree with. I think that they should have looked at her closer to see if there was a reason to charge her. But I do think that she does things like lie to the police. I think that she definitely hindered the investigation. That whole shit where she says about, I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse, but it gets me so angry. That whole thing where she says, it was the lie that made me erase it. And then it was the, what did she say? It was the lie that made me delete it. I can remember her voice. It was the lie that made me delete it. And then it was the something else. Oh, you guys have to finish that for me because I know somebody out there knows the rest of it. She's blatantly rude and disrespectful to him. Yes, she was. Travis says, I mentioned earlier, an FBI agent friend of mine said that most who commit familicide who don't unalive themselves are men in their and mostly occur in August. How many did what? So, Travis, this entire thing was originally on familicide, but I did a familicide live a while ago on the case of, oh my God, the one that he has his daughters. Oh my God, it's on the tip of my tongue. Travis Decker. And same thing in that case, right? In his 30s. Oh, I wonder, did that happen in August? It could have. That might have. That would be weird. But with familicide, so he does unalive himself in the other story, but not until a long time after. But with Chris Watts, a lot of times with familicide, what we see is a lot of times the familicide is to hurt. When somebody takes out children, there's different words, guys. There's infanticide, there's familicide, there's so many of them. Homicide, the S one, where you take out your own life, right? There's neonaticide. There's so many of them. But anyway, familicide is when you take out the whole family, right? Then we have falicide, which is where you take out just the kids. In that case, we often see that the person, and it's usually the man, does it to hurt the mom. What better way? And if you think of the Decker case, mom, he tries to get back with her at one point and she doesn't want to get back with him. And I think he felt humiliated, and he didn't have a home that he was staying in. He was like living out of his car, and he was living in like homeless shelters. And I think he felt that that was like the last straw. So usually there's an incident that occurs. In this case, I think it was the fact that he wasn't able to go back to the house. In the other case, here, I think it's the whole Nutgate thing. I think Nutgate was like a big N, of course, NK, but why didn't he do it the week before as opposed to the week after? The one big thing is the whole Nutgate thing. And I don't know if NK was saying things to him. And again, this is pure speculation, but was she saying things to him? I wonder, like, oh, I would never do that. Like if we were together, like I would never, ever X your mom and your sister out. Like I could see her playing into that and that playing into his rage. Does anybody else see that too? Because she's definitely the type to plant those things, especially knowing that she was Googling them a whole year before she ever runs into them. It's just unreal, right? So let's see what else we have here.
No.
Wait, I want to go past her.
You said she had
to the next.
Lupus, fibromyalgia,
She had lupus,
migraines.
fibromyalgia, migraines.
All right, so let's go to Shanann real quick.
Well, and she calls herself Shanann, but her mom calls her Shannon.
Oh, okay.
So she's got a little bit.
How
of
weird was that?
rebellion.
Did I just stop on that?
That's
Okay.
It's Shanann.
In your life, all the negative in your life, write it down. But then I want you to also, on the other side of the paper, write down what has happened in your life that you're grateful for. The third step is take a pen and mark over, like connect the two things that happened. So, for instance, health challenges, Chris, Mandy, life, right? I can write that help. I can connect that life health challenge to Mandy. I can connect it to Chris, and I can connect it to everything else that happened because of my health challenges. There's a purpose.
Oh, wow.
There's a reason for everything. We may not understand it at the time. It's hard to understand it at the time. I'm telling you, when I met Chris, I pushed him away. I gave every excuse for him to run. I mean, I gave him an out every single day. I gave him an out. And if you guys know my story with Chris, you know I gave him an out. I mean, he went to my colonoscopy. I tortured him. I rejected him. I pushed him away time and time and time again.
Oh my
But when
God,
I
look at
canceled
this.
dates,
I don't remember ever seeing this. Planning a wedding by myself kind of sucks. As a first-year nursing student, taking fundamentals of nursing, clinical, AP1, AP lab, psychology, and English. So wait, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's really 5 classes. The lab goes with AP1. And then it says, boo to the wedding planning. Now off to do some homework. And then it says, thank you, Terry. Yes, that is why I told Chris I wanted this done before I get pregnant. I don't have my undergrad, so I'm taking the 2-year program with nursing. So 4 years and 2, LOL. I don't know.
last minute, because that's how life is with my health challenges. You cancel things last minute, and it's hard for people to get. It's hard for me to understand. But he stuck around, and he stuck around because he was the one for me. And he is amazing. And I can't tell you how wonderful he is. But on top,
Cuff you. Can you get a nursing degree in 2 years? I guess that would be the difference between would that be and I don't know, I'm asking, would that be the difference between RN and BSN? I'll never forget when my sister Gina got her BSN, my dad would say that she got her degree as a bullshit nurse. I was like, Dad, don't tell people that. She's a nurse practitioner now, so she had the last laugh, but still.
on top of all of that, when I got sick, I reached out to support groups online, and I built relationships with so many people that have similar health challenges or the same, and we've built a relationship stronger than some of the relationships I've known for over 20 years.
That's a lot.
Some of them that I've known over my whole life. And these people are in my life for a reason.
You guys, that's such a red flag.
She
This is her
loved
brother.
Kids. Loved her more than anything in this world. She wasn't even supposed to have kids. She had lupus. They told her she would never have kids. She almost had endometriosis when she was young.
So she had what's it called? Oh my God. Endometriosis. I don't know why I just had a tongue twister. And then lupus and stuff. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying I don't know because there's so many people saying that there wasn't evidence of it. So I don't know how we would even find out.
She scares, and that's all she ever wanted was kids. Every time she seen a kid, she always hold one and walk around the house. She babysit them.
Do you guys see how that would make someone feel bad for you if you were in love with kids and You were like, I wish I could have kids someday and I can't. Like, that would be heartbreaking for me if my brother or sisters were in that situation.
I don't know. I have half the picture she's got with kids on her hips, all growing up. She just wanted to be a mom, and once she found out she was pregnant, it was crazy. Everyone was freaking out. I couldn't believe it, and then my parents, they all flew out. I wish I could have came, but that's when I ended up moving out here, and then they found out about CC, and I was like, this is crazy, And then she found out she was pregnant again. I was like, oh boy, this is a boy this time. I know it. I had a feeling. My mom did that little test with the needle on the string.
Yeah.
And it said boy. I was like,
Really?
oh, this is gonna be cool. I was so excited because you got fun with your nieces and stuff all you want, but a boy you can go fishing. I mean, I can do that with girls, but you know what I mean. It's
Right.
like
I understand.
boy things.
Yeah.
And
I was fed up. I was frustrated. I was exhausted. My body.
Oh my gosh, you guys. It says my Christopher will be here in less than 48 hours. Yeah, you miss him when I'm sick. And then it says, boo, Chris and I are sitting in 2 different rows. Can't lay head on him and sleep for 4 hours. Sucky flight.
Ached. I had lots of discomforts because it was really, really, really cold last year, and it's snow outside still, so it's really cold right now. And I was just like down. I was stressed out. My headaches were there. They were, the whole story. So
I never thought that was going to happen. And I never thought a lot of the doctor bills from endoscopies and just like girls were seem like they're sick like every month. Like
the girls are sick like every month.
I made a post this morning because Cece's sniffling again. Bella's starting to have a runny nose. They're all getting sick again, and I can't. I haven't been.
I don't know, you guys. Should we be done now? What should we do? How you guys feeling over here? I have ADD. Oh, Ruby Frankie, I need to do that. Oh, associates allowed you to start work as an RN, and most people, at least in my area, work. Yes, here too. Watch this one. Okay.
So if he is, so again, don't mind me. I'm a hot mess. I need a shower. But I don't care. I'm getting ready for Vegas. I had to take Bella to the doctors to make sure she was good from her.
Real quick, Birdie, you were scared to go back to school online or whatever. Don't be scared to go back to school online. So going online it's not easy, right? But teachers, we work with you, and I meet with students all the time on Zoom. And when I did my doctorate is when COVID happened, and so we were forced to go online, and I did not think I was going to be able to do my degree that way, and I was able to. So if the only thing holding you up is that you're afraid that after so long online isn't going to work, I would say at least give it a try. Even if you go and register for one class at a community college so that you're not paying, so that you don't lose a ton of money if you don't like it. But go try it. I mean, you don't have to listen to me. I don't even know how old you are, what your situation is or anything like that. But if that's the only thing holding you up, you should go. Look at this. She'll touch her nose too often when she lies. Watch for it. Oh, I thought they were going to say when she touches the kids' noses. She does that too. She pinches her noses.
Flu last week. So
I guess she's going to point it out. The most common group on the body that yeah, I missed that. Oh, it said that it's hard. Oh my gosh. It said that it's hard to, I think they're talking about the lupus because of the symptoms. And it says eat or ear, nose, and throat is the area most often targeted by Shanann. Oh, for the kids, Gaia. That took me a second. Sorry. Oh, here we go. We're going to see some of the kids.
We're fighting respiratory, upper respiratory. You want down? They both have asthma. So our sicknesses are considered breathing issues. They both were at the hospital last night for breathing issues.
What?
That's our problem.
They were both at the hospital for breathing issues.
So otherwise, it's relatively good. Knock on wood, we've been good for everything else. But when it comes to breathing, that's our issue right now. If there was something to help that, that'd be great.
Thrive.
We use
Thrive K.
We use oils for the girls too. Yeah, Cece has what? Yeah.
Take
Cece
notice, you
has,
guys. I just saw Cece's hair. Take notice that Cece already has pigtails and like hair to put into ponytails. The only reason I bring this up is because take notice that Bella's hair is always too short to put into ponytails. And there's like one video I remember, she's still bald. She's like a baby. And Shanann says something about how somebody stopped them that day and said, how old is he? And she said, that's why I have to wear bows in their hair. So, but then it's like a common theme where Bella wants hair, says Shanann, and she just can't get it. Why am I bringing this up? Because it is, in my opinion, based on everything that I know, that I've learned, and I've studied. Towards the end, I believe that Bella most likely suffers from trichotillomania, and that is a hair pulling disorder. And I think we see this when she's pulling the cart. She's pulling Cece in the wagon, and Shanann says, look at her hair. Or she says something like, something about where did her hair go? And Chris said she pulled them out. I don't know. So what do you guys think about that? And we know that trichotillomania, that the thing that is underlining there is stress and anxiety. And I think that we can see that, in my opinion, in Bella a lot of the time.
viral pneumonia.
I also think that if you're pulling your hair out as a kid, right, one of the best ways to make it less noticeable would be to keep her hair short.
So it's 'tis the season. So all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna finish cooking by myself because
She's really
that's
pretty.
what I'm
Okay.
gonna do. But this guy right here, he's gonna do all the dishes.
See, there you go. There goes an example. So she's going to keep cooking, and this guy right here, he's going to do all the dishes. Not, hey, Chris, if I do some of the cooking, like, do you think you can help me out with the dishes? Or not even saying that. Maybe it's just being known that if I do the cooking, that you're nice and you do the dishes for me. I think it's the fact that she says, and I don't think that she's trying to be like abusive or anything. I genuinely think that she's trying to get her audience to like laugh. But look at his face. He looks like what the F? Like almost like I don't know. He does not look happy about that. I don't think he's like angry, but I think if anything, he's probably just like, what the, you know what I mean? Like what's happening? But again, I don't think she's trying to be abusive here. And I think that that's one of the underlining themes here is that a lot of these behaviors that we do in general as human beings we're not always looking at like a BK, right? Or like somebody like a, Ted Bundy. Like the people aren't always sitting there plotting out some type of horrible thing. Mental illness often arises out of other stress and anxiety. Hurt people unknowingly.
That's me.
A lot of the time. And he said, that's me.
And I made a post this morning
She looks
because
pretty there too. I don't
Cece's
remember
sniffling
that.
again. Bella's starting to have a runny nose. They're all getting sick again. And I can't, I haven't been getting sick. Like I have been feeling absolutely amazing. And, there's days where I'll wake up and my throat is a little bothering me, but it doesn't go any further. Like my health has been amazing this last year. It's funny because I had bronchitis back in
Anybody got
September,
time for that?
and the doctor looked at me and he was like, well, you don't look sick. Well, I've heard that before. You guys all know why, but when he did check my lungs, I definitely had bronchitis, but
So what would that be about? And I think this is why she gets a bad rap. Like I think Shanann does so much good. I think she does so much positive. I think she loved her children. I think she loved her husband. I think she loved all of the things. And I do think that she somewhat gets sucked into this MLM. And I think the more she gets noticed by the company and the more attention she gets throughout the company. And I don't know if anybody else noticed, but she's got one friend that lives in Hawaii. Is that Christina Neacham? I'm not sure. Excuse me. But her friend in Hawaii, she's also very pretty. And, and why am I saying that? What does pretty have to do with anything? I think that it has to do with look, if you want to look like me, if you want to be fit like me, if you want to be beautiful like us, like her and Christina, like just by Thrive. But I feel like the more people were attracted to her, because she was very attractive, not just like physically, like she was attractive as far as her personality and stuff. So people wanted to be around her. You know what I mean? Same thing with that Christina. And I feel like before I ever saw what Christina looked like, I would be, and if that's the one I'm talking about, the one in Hawaii, or the one that comes out, the one that comes out and stays with her with their daughter. I believe it's Christina Meacham or something. But before I even seen what she looked like, I remember being like, "Ooh, wow! Like there's some healthy competition there." Like you could like hear it in, like you could just hear it in both of their voices. Like again, a lot of it is passive aggressive. I don't know if everybody picks up on it. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I'm not sure. But now that I said it, think of that next time you hear or see a clip with that in it.
It felt great still.
And again, don't forget to go to Neek's Peaks, and hopefully somebody in one of the mods can throw that in the chat. Neek's Peaks. Please go subscribe to her.
I just had that feeling in my chest. It was so different to be able to feel amazing still and be sick at the same time. Like I couldn't tell you how great it feels to feel good all the time.
So this is where I think like it's hard to buy into this. Like, how do you feel so sick and great all at the same time? How did your doctors, like, that was what I was going to say. Has anybody ever been to the doctors where they were like, well, you don't look sick? I've never even like, I feel like, wouldn't that be like unethical? Like, couldn't that be seen as like either flirting or on the opposite end, like, I don't know, a lack of knowing as a doctor that you could look healthy and be sick? So to me, it would be like egregious on either end of the spectrum. So I just don't know that if that happened, and I'm not calling her a liar, so please nobody come for me. But again, if you're listening to this and you can't handle this, hopefully you've already gone to another, another live, and we'll save your seat here and nobody's judging.
And to be able to keep up with the kiddos, the sick kiddos, Cece's teething so bad. She has 2 molars. Her bottom 2 came through. The top 2 are coming through now. Plus her side teeth are coming in all at the same time. And you can see her gums extremely swollen. And so she's keeping me up at night. And I'm still waking up. I'm feeling great when I wake up. I just love it.
I don't know, you guys. I feel like that's like a false hope to sell someone. Think about it. Any of you that are moms and you've been through this, like, I don't know, if you have 2 kids and they're up sick all night and stuff, you usually don't look all put together. And I almost feel like this kind of does a disservice to moms in the sense that as a new mom, I would think, and this is just me, I'm not saying anybody else would have done this, but I know that me and other people that were feeling vulnerable as a new mom like me might have looked at this and felt like what's wrong with me? Why can't I look all put together? Why don't I have my eyelashes on every day? Like, she clearly has a set of eyelashes on here. Like, why can't I get the time to put eyelashes on? And then what if I do buy Thrive and I'm taking it? I did notice that she said that for Chris, that he was able to feel something after the first few days, but that with her, it took a lot longer. And that it wasn't until like her 3rd week that she started to feel the changes. So again, that's now you have to commit to a month of trying the thing out. And then once you try it out for a month, then it's like, okay, well, it could be like working any minute now. So now let me get the next one. I don't know. That's the part that I don't like about it. And the fact that I would feel like I would be comparing myself to her. And let's be honest, and this is no bashing, because I was one of, I'm not like, built like Shanann. So I noticed, and again, I don't know if this is just because I've experienced this, but I noticed that a lot of the people she surrounds herself with, and I don't know if it's coincidence or if it's the people that are part of like the MLM culture, but I feel like, like after you have kids, like, you don't lose whatever you gain, at least most of us don't lose 9 months worth of, baby weight in 2 weeks. So now you have these new moms that want to make extra money on the side. You have sick kids, like she's saying, you have sick kids. So now you feel like you have to wake up and still look good for your husband and stuff. I don't know. I don't love that message, just because I know that it's more realistic if you were to go online and you were trying to, I feel like she could have gotten, but again, it wouldn't have sold Thrive, right? But I feel like if she was looking for belonging, you could get the same belonging by being real. And the truth is that around 4 months after birth is one of the most stressful times. So it's like your body hits a state of exhaustion. And if you don't have support, or you don't have your mom staying with you for a few weeks, like stuff like that, it becomes even harder. Let's say let's say your husband's the one that's working full time. My husband, he didn't get paid if he doesn't work. So he only took 1 day off. That was it. He stayed during the whole birth. He stayed that night. And then the next day after that, he went to work. So I was the one that got up in the middle of the night, because as an iron worker, he has to be 100% on his best game, or he could die during work. So like, and I didn't want that, you know what I mean? So I would get up in the middle of the night and and I still work. But my job, it was a little bit different. I'm going to play this and let the dogs in real quick. Oh, this has hit me wrong. I've never seen this. Oh, there we go. Come on, Claire. Come on now. There you go. Come on now. Ellie. Oh. Okay, I'm back. All 3 kids are sick, both little ones and the big one. Mommy needs to stay away. Oh, there goes Thor. He's like, you hear me now? If you need me, I will be in steamy showers with the girls, getting my humidity fixed for the next 10 years. Oh, okay. I woke up before Chris's alarm clock today and started cleaning. Took a shower before the girls woke up and had to steam shower them after they got up. Now, hair is no longer straight but curly. Oh, that's annoying. I would hate that. I love how great I feel. #thrive, especially on a cold, rainy day. No discomforts, full of natural energy and happy. So this is my thing, you guys. I think vitamins are important. I know that not everybody does. I do take vitamins daily, and I do think that I feel like more lethargic and stuff when I don't take them. Could part of that be the placebo effect? Absolutely. Could it be that they're good vitamins and they're making me feel better? Absolutely. Thrive was nothing more, or is nothing more than a big, big dose of vitamins, but on a dermal level. So she does talk a lot about how, like, when you take them orally, but I take ones that are called Life Extension, and my psychiatrist is the one that suggests them in the beginning. And I like, oh my gosh, you guys, you feel such a difference. If anybody's feeling crappy, on Amazon, you can get them for like $12. Get yourself, and it's 2 a day, but you only have to take 1. And or maybe I'm just frugal, but I just take 1. It says 2 a day, but I take 1. And I swear to God, it's like a life changer. So if anybody's feeling lethargic, take a 2 a day multivitamin from Life Extensions. You can get it on Amazon for like $12. It's everything. Anyway, moving along. It's on. It's just, there you go.
So I have the chocolate
This is the one where I think she sees the hateful things. I'm not sure though.
chip cookies done.
I
Chris
think it
took
is.
the girls up for a steam shower. And there's chanting, "Here we go, Steelers."
Oh,
Steam shower? Yeah. You look all... And you went potty?
Yeah, during the steam shower.
Good. So, I'm glad I'm joyful. Okay, so
I'm
let me
glad
cook
I'm
a little,
joyful.
unless you're gonna help me cook. Okay? We say goodbye to everybody? Yeah. You had a shower? Steam shower? Yeah. You look all... And you went potty?
Yeah, during the steam shower.
Oh.
Good job.
These kids are so cute.
It's been a eventful couple of
Oh,
days
watch
of
this.
steam showers, so lots of humidity.
Oh, I hope they show it. Oh, they didn't.
Who does not love some Thrive K? I know my girls love it.
Oh, there you go, Thrive K.
It comes in these little individual.
So with all of this Thrive K that she like genuinely, oh, her nails look good. But all this Thrive K that she's like promoting here. So does anybody think like, could the kids be having all of these things and then start taking Thrive K? Like, could it have been, you know, a way to sell Thrive K? I don't know. It might not have been, but could the girls have started to feel better after this? Maybe. And could that be the placebo effect there too? Possibly. So that's what I mean. So this is why I'm saying this is the behavior we see when we see these types of disorders and things like that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I can say 100% that in this particular case, that's exactly what's happening. But I can tell you that when we see it out in the field, that this is what it looks like.
Wrapped little packets for them to drink. Bella likes to stick a straw in it sometimes and drink it that way. Absolutely love it. She definitely loves to do this when I do my form. She always brings us.
She wants to be like mommy. She's the most influential person in her life.
And tells us to have our own. When they're sick too, I love to give them extra.
Oh, wait, what? When they're sick, I love to give them extra. I never heard that. She puts his feeder.
Kids are down. They're going to be jealous because, yeah.
They're up there saying.
They're sick. Chris, they love candy cane. Like I said, these two, a team for a long time. I've lied to get out of work. Oh, this is Neek's Peak saying it. Who hasn't? We all have used illness. It's a spectrum from harmless to fatal. The harmless variety we've all participated in, unless you are a rare human who has never faked an illness. Shanann sold her products, and again, this is Neek's Peaks, to parents and medical staff. Oh, wow. And I bet if you're selling it to parents, it makes it more believable if there's people from the medical community buying it as well. I didn't know that. Was she just drinking Thrive K? Nurse friends of mine. Oh, wow. You guys, you see how that, so even if she didn't have any nurse friends, she calls out to her nurse friends that are on Thrive. And if, as a lay person, if I see someone out there that's like intelligent and they take it, I might be more willing, me personally, to take it because I might be like, oh, these other nurses are taking it. It can't be bad. Like, do you see what I mean? I don't like that part of it. This is about experiences. Let's see what else. All right, let's keep going.
And so it was, and then the doctor bills on like, you know, endoscopies and just like girls were sick like every month, like some type of ear infection. Just figure out.
So in the 2 years that you've known Chris, has he ever talked to you about his family life or relationship with his wife?
Yeah, he absolutely loves them. I mean, his girls are his world. I mean, whenever something health-wise came up with the girls, I mean, you could tell something was up. He'd tell Luke and tell us, like, hey, the girl in the hospital or so on and so forth. And,
would he go or would he have to continue working?
Luke's pretty good about letting us go out of the field, taking time off.
Oh, wow.
Right. Yeah, he let us take time off for family stuff, especially having young kids. Can't relate personally, but I know Troy and Chad and Chris and a lot of the guys have kids, and anytime something comes up with them, they're always able to take time off for family.
Oh, well.
Did he ever talk about Shanann?
Yeah.
What would he say? What would that conversation be like?
She's calling. She's calling to work first thing in the morning.
She's what?
You step outside and talk to her.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Did you
wow.
ever?
Calling first thing in the morning. I have a question for you guys in chat. Do you talk to your significant other like during working hours? I don't know if it's, there goes Thor. Thor's like, you talk to me. I don't know if it's just me and it's the type of job that my husband and I have because he has to like, he can't be on his phone up in the, ironwork and stuff. And for me, I'm teaching, so I can't like answer the phone. So we really don't do that. But is that like, do most people still do that like later on in life, or is that like more of like a when you first start dating?
Any parts of the conversation? Like, did you ever get any indication that they had any troubles?
No. I mean, I've never got the vibe that they ever had any issues. It's not to say they don't. I mean,
Yeah.
hell, my parents have been married for almost 20 years now, and they still get into it every once in a while. But if they ever did have any, issues, when she called in the morning, he left it at the door, and that was it.
Wow.
Check stuff for the NTO process.
What was your guys' interactions like?
We would just hang out. He was mostly a quiet guy, but when we did talk, it was mostly about family or sports. He was big into sports. We would talk about like DraftKings and did you see this on the Rockies game or did you see that player get hurt or mostly like that. But we did
regular
talk about family a little bit here and there.
What did he tell you about his family?
When we did talk about his family, it was mostly about his kids.
Okay.
He did, because I have one son, and we would compare. Hey, does your kid do this, or does your kid act this way, or stuff like that.
Okay. Did he tell you about his kids much?
I want to say maybe just a handful of times when we did talk about family. One of the kids.
Remember what the kids' names were?
I know there was Celeste and Belle. I honestly don't remember which one was which. I don't remember who was the older one, who was the younger one. But he would always say one of them was a fireball. She was always had a lot of energy, and that one was pretty calm.
No.
And because my son has a lot of energy too, and we kind of compare. What do you do when they're going wild, or how do you settle them down, or just like day-to-day stuff like that. But I remember him taking a trip. But other than that, I know he'd leave early because his daughters were sick. They did have a lot of health problems.
He would have to leave
I
early.
remember that through the years.
You ever saying what those health problems were?
Because they were sick.
Luke, my foreman, had said in the past, but I couldn't remember. There was a time where they were really sick, and everyone in the group pitched in $20 to get the girls like pillows, or like chair pillows, chairs that turn into animals or something like that. Like it was pretty bad at one point, but they were having health issues. I knew that.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
When was the last time you actually saw Chris?
Oftentimes than not, he has daughters and I have daughters, so we talk about kids more than we talk about wives. But
Okay.
I know both of his kids have been pretty sick over the past couple of years, so he would talk a little bit about the stress that puts on him and his wife especially. But
So it's like this same thing. Let's jump to this so that I could show you guys something.
You there?
Yeah, what are y'all doing tomorrow?
The girls have a Halloween parade at school. And then at 3:00. So they have a Halloween parade and then a party, which is good. We did a trunk or treat over the weekend. So they got candy, which I take all the candy anyway because Cece can't eat any of it pretty much because
So she has to take the candy.
cross-contamination of tree nuts. So we're just doing a teal pumpkin this year, and we're just doing non-candy items. We're doing light up bracelets for Halloween.
Fun.
It's healthier.
And then if like Bella then has to do that too, you know what I mean? Oh well. So wait, let me see. So I don't know if you guys are like tired or whatnot. I'm not quite tired. Nick's Peaks, everybody. Go to Nick's Peaks. Let me see if we see anything from this. We'll skip the parts that are where she writes stuff, except for this one. Wait, what? It says, loving my 6 snuggles, especially since my girls prefer sleeping alone. They will take me when sick. Finally eating something. Poor kid has a stomach flu. Bella wanted to use the nose Frito on her baby. This kid doesn't miss a thing. She's pretending she's putting Aquaphor. Wait, what? On the baby thermometer and putting it in her baby's butt? What? What? Is that normal? I mean, I'm the developer. I don't know. That's not. What? I mean, I know that you put it in the baby's butt when they're little, but oh, I don't know. I guess I wasn't allowed to play with the thermometer. And my kids, I guess I kept it in the something. So it said they had the stomach virus again. Let's see. I wanted to show you guys parts where you could see the kids, like in action. Let me see if I could see anything here. But this whole thing, and I would go back to this again because look, this entire thing, you guys, is all of their hospital visits. This one says they are the ones with the germs. Only right, they help me disinfect. So, oh, look at this stuff. So this like drives me crazy. So I'm ready for this cold to kick the bucket with my girls, up all night long, back and forth to each bedroom, trying to help them breathe better, soothe their cough, and comfort them. Here's to my Boostivate, which is her Activate stuff or whatever, the Boostivate, to keep me healthy, to fight off their germs and give me the energy to keep going. Hate them feeling so bad and miserable. Aw, I thought it was going to be, you guys have to see some of the other videos with them sleeping in the beds. This one is, oh, that was Cece with a big booger. Oh, I hate these cages. When Gianna had surgeries, like kids, if they're like, I guess because I was there the entire time, I never left. They didn't make her like sit, like do the cage thing, but I don't know. It even went higher. Like when they went to bed, there was like a top part of it. It literally reminded me of like a dog crate for kids. And every time she had a roommate, I would go to the nurse on the side and be like, can I just be like the person? You know what I mean? Like I'll watch them. And they're like, no, we can't. Like, I guess it's against the law. Like, you can't do that. But it would break my heart. But I know that they're there because, and let me be honest, there were a few times now that I think about it that I did like leave to go get a shower. They have like a Ronald McDonald house and stuff. But I think there was always somebody there with her. Like, I think Ryan would come. I don't know. Gianna's lucky that she had us there all the time now that I'm thinking about it. Let's just say Celeste doesn't like mornings. This is the happiest she's been all morning. And then this one says, almost at the hospital for Cece's eye procedure. So she had a tear duct procedure. She's cried all 45 minutes to the hospital so far. Needless to say, she's pissed. We woke her up at 4 a.m. Special treats later for Cece. Oh my gosh. Patiently waiting for the procedure. And then Shanann says, did they have emergency or what pushed her back this time? Shanann says, who knows? I'm just really upset. I let her destroy the playroom for payback. I would ask because I would bet that that's the reason, or case went longer than planned. They can't get a hold of the docs. Just hard on the kid that doesn't understand why she can't drink. Bella would be fine. Celeste is crabby. And then she said, yikes. So the doc just didn't show up. Poor Cece. Wait, what? That's terrible. Then it says, no, he's in the other procedures. Shanann said, oh gosh. Amanda said, no, he's in other procedures. Of course, that's what he's doing. Shanann says, oh, okay, they must run long. Olivia's last surgery ran an hour longer than expected. And there were some pissed off people in the waiting room because it pushed them back. So I apologized to them and they were okay after that. And she was pushed back for her surgery when she was 2.5 years old, and it sucked. And then it says, oh, I get it, just frustrating. So Amanda's letting her know about the other procedures, and it does suck. And it's right. The next it goes into, oh my gosh, more the tear duct thing. Oh, this is still the tear duct. Oh gosh, what a long morning. Woke up at 4 a.m. to take Celeste to have her tear duct probed. She was scheduled for 7:30 and pushed back to 10:50. Finally, just getting home, and she snuggled me and I enjoyed it. Now she's back to her wild self. She is funny, this little one. I love that little kid. What a long morning. Woke up at 4. Oh, that's the same one. And that's just showing her back to her wild self. Same thing. Oh, she is a goof. Look at her. And then it says, if the doctors were this late and my child's this hungry and thirsty, I'm out. Peace. What? Deuces. Oh my God. And then she says, Celeste's first dentist visit. Brought on early from busting her mouth yesterday. I see many of these accident visits in the future. Oh, that's great. And then we have, while Bella's sick, Celeste continues to go full force. Oh, that's at her thing. And then it says, miss our babies. They're being spoiled by Nona and Poppy, having too much fun while mommy and daddy are away. This one doesn't feel good and is tired, she said. They're just one after another. She will continue to refer to Celeste as her kid many other times, sadly. Wait, what? Oh, her ER kid, sorry. This, my friend, is why Celeste goes in timeout at 17 months old. Oh, she tries to, oh, I wish, see, that's what I want to show you guys is some of the kids. And we could always go back to the reading part because I feel like we did the live for long enough that probably nobody wants to hear the reading. So wait, let me just see real quick if they show you any of the kids here. Oh, I just saw. Wait, let's see. Or is this all reading too? No, this might be all reading to you guys.
Share it live, then via write it.
It's her talking, but I want you guys to see the kids for a minute.
So,
this is Watts the Obsession.
Welcome.
Everybody please go to Watts the Obsession and subscribe, okay? I just want to show you guys a video or two. Hopefully Watts the Obsession understands that this is for educational purposes only. This is their very last time.
It makes me
that they're
sad,
alive.
as many of these pictures do. I always think that these were what the girls looked like when...
Oh my God, you guys, that's a great point. Look how big the girls are. We sometimes look at pictures of the girls when they're tiny. Oh my God, I never thought of that. Good point, Kelly. I want to see if there's anywhere you guys could like see them interact.
Ready? Set. Hold on.
So this is their trip to Myrtle Beach in North Carolina.
What you want to see?
They're so cute.
We are, watch.
And just so you guys know, Chris isn't here on this last trip. This is when I was talking about, I believe this is June 27th, 2018. I don't know why, but my memory is amazing. And I really feel like if I had to put money on it, that's what I would put on it. And they go to North Carolina for the summer, and her dad is accompanying her to help her.
We're going up.
But anyway, they're cute here. I really would love to show you guys the one. Can I find the one, the Christmas one? You guys will die. Here it is. Oh my God, you guys. This is terrible. Again, go watch this session. Go watch it. All right, hold on. Where's the part I want to show you guys? Please don't ever do this to your kids. All right, hold on. This is it. Oh my God. So this is the deal.
Trust.
I guess Kelly will tell you.
That they are anywhere from apprehensive to downright terrified.
I totally agree with her whole
of Santa Claus. You know, it's so interesting to me that they were both just.
That's the only picture I've ever seen where the kids don't look petrified near like a Santa or you know, somebody like that is like a character type figure. And I believe that that's because they're sitting with mom and dad are sitting next to Santa, so they feel safe. It's when they when Shanann says, okay, can I get a picture of you and Santa, and throws the kid on Santa.
So scared of Santa Claus or any other character, the Easter Bunny, Olaf figure that you know, the family was trying to get them to interact with. You know, but they kept having to go back. World is a great big place that they're just beginning to explore, and sometimes these characters are just too much for them to take in.
And Shanann's smiling. All right, watch her.
Come here.
I hate this video.
Come here, Bella. Don't cry. Remember, you wanted Santa. Let's turn our tree on for Santa. Hold on. What kind is he?
So just in case anybody's what's happening, she has Santa coming, which is Chris, dressed up as Santa, and she's still walking towards the front door. So the kids are clearly petrified that Santa's outside. And instead of trying to comfort them, and again, I'm not blaming, this isn't blaming the victim. This is just looking at the fact that we have a video. This could be Susie Q, anyone. But just looking at a video like this, the thing that probably should have been done is to comfort the kids and maybe text Chris and be you know what, let's call this off.
Okay, we got the tree on. We better go hurry up because Santa's gonna be cold. Come here.
I know she means well.
Oh man.
I'm sure I've done plenty of things that my kids are you know, I try them. But Bella does not want anything to do.
Santa's here, but the kids are freaking out.
She's so pretty.
Hey Santa, where's your phone?
In the garage.
I wanted it.
Oh.
So she wants his phone.
Santa, you gained some weight this year. Come on, Santa. Hold on, Santa. I gotta find the kids because they're kind of scared. Sit down, Santa. Have a seat.
So she tells Santa to have a seat while she goes to the garage to go get the phone. So now, I don't know if you guys I mean, nobody who knows this stuff, but for little kids, once you're out of sight, right now, knowing that dad's home is not comforting them because they don't see him. So his presence isn't there. They think he's in the bathroom, but the mom is there. But now she's going out to the garage. And I just maybe she should have said sorry, it's cold out there, but I'm going to get the phone. I'll be right back to let you in. If I'd let him in at all.
I'll try to get the kids.
I mean, I might try to get them. I don't know.
There's Santa.
Yes.
Where's the phone?
On top of your car.
I try to play devil's advocate.
Pictures. Hold on. I gotta get the phone. This is hard. As one parent.
This is hard as a one parent.
Oh, please.
She's cute.
My husband's a genius. Doesn't listen. Oh, it's cold.
He never.
Come on. Bella, come on. Santa has presents.
See, I might have tried.
Bella, you wanted Santa. I'm going to tell Santa to leave. I'm coming with you. Let me get CC.
You know what? I actually would encourage it to like how she just did that, because now that I'm looking at it and see, this is the best thing about me, you guys. If I change my mind, I will tell you, like, and I will explain, why. But here, by not having Santa come in at all, you could say that, are you really teaching the kid anything? Because you know what I mean? So I think that it is good that and the fact that Bella said that she wanted her to go with her says to me that that was the right decision, because that's how kids learn, right? So they go with you as the parent or the older sister or teacher or cousin or whoever it is, and they trust you. So they're trusting you in the situation. And that's why they go forward. And then once they conquer that fear, if you handle it right, which I have to say, because I don't know that that's what we see happening, wait till you guys say. But I think that there was a way to make this to where Santa could have been less dangerous looking. What's up?
Come here.
And the baby's just freaking out. She said, Belle.
Bella, just you and me. Bella, just you and me. Come on, just you and me.
I don't know, with the smile.
Okay. Bella, I'm going to tell Santa to leave. He's got presents for
And
you.
the kid literally cries the whole time.
Do you know where Chris is, Santa?
I have not seen him.
Can you sit down, please, Santa?
Yes.
And the fact that she's screaming mom, like, just breaks my heart.
How are you?
Say, I'm good. Say, Merry Christmas, Santa.
Merry Christmas, Bella.
Say, Merry Christmas.
If anyone out there has kids or grandkids this young and stuff, just know that I know a lot of us were taught to like let the kid cry or like, things like that. But at this young of an age, this is where they're building their their trust for you, their ability to feel independent, their ability to feel secure attachment, which means that they can explore their environment knowing that you're a safe space for them. The kid's screaming for mom, and it just breaks my heart that and look at Bella. I feel like she's looking at the mom like, don't leave me.
Say, I have.
But look, I think that's good. She got her to go.
Are you expecting me tonight? You got kind of shy on me here.
Pop up on.
Is it breaking anyone else's heart with the baby screaming?
What's wrong with Cece?
What's wrong with your sister? Does she not want to come see me? No? What did you ask me? What did you ask me for this year?
What did you ask for from Santa?
Water bottle.
A water bottle?
What I got in here. Oh.
That Bella, is that Santa Claus?
Oh, so sweet.
Is this what you wanted?
But that's the kind Santa brought you, sweetheart. Look, it has the mermaid on it. Can you go grab it from Santa? Can you say thank you, Santa? Does he have any other presents for you?
Did your sister ask for one too? Is she gonna come see me or no? No? Okay, can you hold, I think she asked for this. Can you hold on that one?
She's finally starting to calm down. Maybe not.
Oh, I got some more stuff in here, Bella. What else did you ask for?
I don't know. She's still screaming.
What else did you ask for?
What else? What else did you ask for? Did you ask for poppy slippers? Huh?
Look, she's scared.
What I have here, Bella.
Okay, here. I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look.
Okay, thank you.
But look, Shanann does the right thing.
And one's for you.
Can you sit on Santa's lap? So you asked all.
Oh my God, she's freaking out.
You want mommy to sit on his lap?
She's screaming, Daddy.
Santa, can you sit on your lap?
Yes.
Oh my
You've been a
God.
good girl this year, Bella. Thank you.
She's smiling.
I need me to make your sister feel better, okay? She's very petrified.
Can I get a picture of you and Santa?
That's the part I don't like.
Please?
She says no.
Can you open
Santa,
up
will
your
you
gift?
hold her?
Yes, I'll definitely hold her. Yeah.
I
Mm.
want a picture. Oh, come on. Ready, smile. Bella, smile. Smile. You got Santa. Hold on. My phone.
Now she tries to leave Bella here. Watch this.
I'm going to try to get Cece. You want to open it in front of Santa?
She's like, no.
Okay. Santa, I'm going to try to get Cece real quick.
Okay.
Hold on. Will you hold the camera for me?
Bella's like, no
Come
way.
here. Hold the camera for me.
And Celeste is still freaking out.
Yeah, one kid is petrified.
He just said that little kid is petrified. She was just screaming daddy. Now, this breaks my heart because just like Shanann heard her crying, he heard her crying. She was screaming, daddy, daddy. If you guys heard something different, tell me, but that's what I just heard. I don't know why I don't remember her screaming daddy before. Probably because I just heard her screaming and my heart breaks. And then he says what did he say? That little one is petrified? Like, that's your kid. What? And here, he just looks like he's uncomfortable in front of the camera, like usual, in my opinion. And he should, because look at that outfit. It looks ridiculous.
I did.
Hi, Santa.
Hello, Miss Celeste. How are you?
Say hi.
I don't know how she got her to calm down. I guess because she went there and picked her up.
Okay. Look, Santa got you a water bottle.
I did. There's something here for you as well. Did you ask Santa for anything else? I know. I see your decorations. I love it.
Can you sit on Santa's lap with Bella?
Right before I
Bella,
take
you
you
sit on his lap with Bella, Cece? Here.
So let me tell you why this is the oh, look, I paused it on the perfect thing. Not perfect. Perfect meaning for what I'm about to say. This is the worst possible outcome right now because one, she like ignored her while she was hysterical, and so did he. They both completely ignored her. At one point, she even screamed Bella, and I feel like that's horrible because there's like another video where Bella's screaming and Cece like wants to go help her. I don't know. That part breaks my heart too. But here, Shanann successfully gets her to calm down, and we all seen how upset she was. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was pretty much up there at a 9, maybe a 10 at one point. And Shanann brings her back down, and he said, oh yeah, I see your decorations. So that means she pointed to the decorations, meaning she probably didn't want him to focus on her because he was asking her questions like, what did you want? That was her way of like redirecting the attention outward to the decorations. So then, but it's still, she wasn't freaking out. Mom's holding her, so she feels safe, clearly. So that shows that she trusts her mom and that she feels safe with her mom. And what does the mom do here, Shanann? She completely tears all of that away by like tricking her. I don't like that. Don't do that, you guys. Don't do that. Please, please don't do that. It does nothing for your child as they grow up. I promise you. All of this, even though she had the kid screaming, I would have loved had she gone in and calmed Cece down in the very beginning, or maybe didn't go out until Cece was calmed down, because it does show that she had the ability to calm her down, right? I don't like that it was like I think Kelly calls it bait and switch. Oh my God, you guys, I have an amazing memory. I guarantee that that's what Kelly says is bait and switch. And she's 100% correct. Maybe not in this video, but in a different.
All right, let's say goodbye to Santa.
So now she's the hero again.
Say bye, Santa.
Bye, girls. Oh, oh, oh.
Now watch.
Enjoy your
Watch
gift.
when she flips it around.
Thank you, Santa.
She pinches her nose. Watch.
Say bye, Bella. Say bye, Santa.
I'll make sure I wave when I go by with the reindeer.
Bye, Santa.
All right, ready? Right here, you guys. I want you to see this. I don't even know if there's anybody still there. But if you're still there, I'm putting this in slow motion so that I want you to see this. So I don't think, like when you flip your camera around, I don't know if she accidentally hits the camera flip and it turns around too soon. And then she sees it right away, but not before you see her do this pinch thing. And I see it in many videos, so it's not, and I even see it where Bella does it to Cece in a video. So I definitely think it was something. I don't think that it was a coincidence. But when you do this little pinch where you pinch the ear, that's another big one. I think that's what I see Bella do to Cece. She pinches her ear. But the pinch in the ear, they're ways of sending a quick pain signal. So it's almost think of it like a shock collar, not a shock collar, but that point of where you're getting a quick change in behavior to remind you to, that's the consequence of that behavior. So watch this. It's in slow motion. Okay, ready? Here we go. And then I'll put it back in regular. Of course, it's in slow motion, so it's taking longer. Here we go. She's about to flip it around. And look, boom. Did you see it?
Did Santa leave?
And you can't even say if somebody's like, oh, she was wiping her nose. No, she wasn't, because she's got boogers everywhere. And I'm going to turn it back around real quick. But this part's cute. So she does. Wait, ready? I'm going to put this on. This is so cute. She says, Daddy's home. And Shanann says something like, Daddy's home? And she says, no. It's so cute.
Daddy home?
No.
No, I think Daddy's still in the potty.
Oh, that potty.
Potty, are you all better? Do you want to open your gifts from Santa? Bella, open them. Come on. Cece, open.
She said it's scary. But Shanann calmed her down and says, don't be scared.
Oh, girls. Rip the presents open.
This is totally
gracious. You did it? What is it, Cece? What is it? Poppy slippers?
So look, she's happy. That's her reward.
Cece, let me see. Celeste, let me see the poppy slippers. All right, Bella, I'll help you.
Bella can't open it.
Don't, Cece. You guys have to try. Okay, now you finish.
Too hard.
It's too hard, she said.
Bella. Cece. Let me help you. Then put them on? Bella, come here. Give it to me. Hey, you cut it out, Missy. Santa's not going to bring any more gifts tonight.
So Bella's clearly not happy.
Bye, Santa.
Look at her short hair again. She just observed. She's so cute.
Cece, can I see your slippers? They're poppy slippers. Those are awesome. Here, Bella. Stop, Cece.
We got it.
Cece, I got it. Thank you.
So watch. I
got it.
don't think Bella likes this.
Say goodbye to Nana Papa. Go look at your water bottle, Cece. Look at your water bottle on the ground. Bella, do you want your poppy slippers on? Yeah, that's a new water bottle you guys asked Santa for.
She said I didn't ask for that one.
That's kind they had, baby.
No, I
Santa didn't pick the right water bottle out. Okay, stop.
So here,
Hold on, Dad, I'll get you.
I don't know how you guys would have responded to that. And I think it's totally normal, right? A kid asks for something, doesn't get exactly what they want, and it makes them upset. But I think that this is a teaching opportunity to like teach the kid about, appreciating it regardless of what it is. But instead, she calls her a Grinch multiple times.
Can I see your slippers?
That's her dad.
Celeste, did Santa Claus come?
They have such a cute relationship.
Huh?
When you came home from your girlfriend's house,
Santa Claus come?
Somebody's still a grouch.
Oh, a
We have
Grinch.
a Grinch over here.
The Grinch and the Grinch.
Bella, did Santa Claus come see you? Wow, what did he bring you?
What'd Santa bring you, Cece?
Look, did anybody see the nose again?
You
And
got
a water
I
bottle?
didn't notice that before.
Those are awesome. You have the Grinch.
So here you
Wow,
should.
Bella, that's nice of
Not the
Santa
water
Claus.
bottle she
Oh,
wanted.
no.
That's nice of Santa Claus to come.
Wouldn't have brought attention to it, I don't think, but that's normal. Maybe, I don't know.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Santa's voice is getting
This part's almost over, then I'll end it.
light.
Because I don't even know
Yes.
if there's anybody who's still here.
Horrible. I think he has a cold.
All
All right. We'll call you guys later. Hi, everybody.
So I forgot she was live that whole
Everyone
time.
has
I
a
forgot. I
Merry
thought she was just on the phone with her
We have the
dad.
Grinch over here. Bella. And she
Which
gave
is
me
how we're
Merry
watching it,
Christmas
though.
over here.
So now they're asking for their bottle. And one of the
Bella,
things, real quick, that it's alleged is that I don't know if they maybe, I don't know if there was something in their bottle like that helped them sleep at night. Sometimes people give like melatonin and stuff, but I have no idea if we would ever know that.
I love your stuff. Say hi. Let me see your slippers.
She pooped her pants. Santa scared her.
Hi, guys. Marjorie,
More bottom.
just at the bottom, do you see the CV plus add? Hold on, Cece. Where's your daddy? We gotta tell Daddy Santa was here.
Yeah, he did take a while, right? He's probably on the phone with Nicole Kessinger, even though they supposedly didn't know each other.
Oh, honey?
I don't know
didn't
that.
see
I'm just
Santa.
talking
Hold on,
crap on
kids.
him because he's annoying. So wait, what is she doing right now? She
Bella,
put
do
her
you
phone
like your
down.
water bottle? The green and white camera bed. On mine, if you see, I'll screenshot this. Hold on.
Okay.
No, Cece, don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch. I'll screenshot this so you'll see mine. I forget what it looks like.
You guys, this is Shining Light. I thought this was Lots the Obsession. Please go to Shining Light and subscribe. I apologize, Shining Light.
On the other side,
It says it's a
but on
whole
my
thing.
side, you just click that add person and invite them to the call. I'll text you after this.
So this
Bella,
was the
say
end of this,
goodbye
and then
to
I'll
everyone. They saw Santa with you. Was Santa at your house? You want to see what, baby?
I want to see it. So this is where like some of the suspicion comes in, because there's sometimes where they want to see inside, like to see it. And what does she want to see? I'm confused. I don't know
Yes,
though. I
baby.
don't see
Thank
anything.
So everyone have a Merry Christmas. Hopefully the Grinch isn't at your house too.
See, why did she go
Say hi,
back there?
Bella. Show them your lips.
Oh, they didn't
Show
show
me
the end of that. So you guys, at the end of that one, she goes over and Bella tries to fill up her own water bottle. Oh my God, there's 120 people in here still. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, Jeannie. Travis says I'm not evolved enough. Travis, yes, you are. That never gets easier to watch. It doesn't, right? Oh, you think maybe about putting the meds in the bottles? That's what the allege is, right? That and again, it could have been melatonin or like a vitamin type thing. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe I thought about it and I'm like, how do I know that Thrive, like that, how do I know that it wasn't something Thrive Kids or something for bed? I don't know. Yeah, that ended in the worst way, didn't it? Unbelievable. Should we end it on this cute little cookies thing and so it's not on such a bad note?
We're making chocolate chip cookies right now.
So look, they do a little kissy.
I know. Stop. Hold on, mommy.
So they want to help.
Ready. Hold on, it's gonna stay there for a minute. We got other things to get.
This is the thing, you guys. Either let your kids help or do it without them. I don't know. And again, this isn't her fault. A lot of people do this. I probably have done this in the past, to be honest with you. If somebody was watching what I was doing at all times, I'm sure somebody could say something. So this is not in any disrespect. I'm just saying, as the kid, like me empathizing, I'm like, oh, they just want to like do something.
Ready, okay? Look. We have other things. Look, say hi to everybody.
Oh, hi, everybody.
I know. We're gonna get more ready right here, okay? Okay. Chris, we get the baking soda?
Yep.
It's craziness over here. Hey, Jen. Say hi,
They're
Jen.
so cute.
Bella wanted lipstick on like mommy today. Show her your lips. And Cece too. No kisses.
That's cute. So do you see, like, when she gives them both attention together and she tells them, like, you're like mommy, but like show the kisses and lipstick on, they both look how cute they are. They're so excited. But then when it comes back to it, I guess, you know, I don't know.
Right now we're making chocolate chip
they're
cookies.
sick here
We're gonna
too.
make
I think.
sugar cookies, Italian cookies.
Maybe if I speed this up real quick.
Come on over, Amanda. Lots of cookies. Baking soda. Hold on.
I sped it up.
Oh, thanks, Jen. Baking soda. Okay. What, baby? What, honey? Oh, sugar? I know. Okay, baby. Okay.
Mommy,
Have your
he's
mouth.
the cutest kid ever.
I know, baby. Now pour it in the bowl.
Good job, Bill.
Careful.
So that's what you should do. There you go. I take it back now because that's exactly what you should do. That's good.
One more. Go ahead. Now Cece's turn. Can Cece hold it?
Yeah.
Put it over the bowl.
Wrong bowl. Okay, hold on.
That's funny. That is so cute. She thought she had to put it in her
Put it in
bowl.
the red bowl.
Right here. Hold it.
Put it in that bowl. The red bowl. Red bowl. Good girl.
Good job.
One more time.
That's so cute.
Sugar's ready. All right. Now we got the sugar. Oh my goodness. Say hi, Papa.
Oh, this is so cute.
That is her.
Watch Cece.
Come on, we got brown sugar. No, leave that for now. Girls, Cece. No, right here. I don't know why I chose to go live. Here, Cece, we got more.
I think they're actually being really good because I have this in 1.5.
Say hi, Papa.
Say hi, Papa.
Say hi, Nana. Say hi, Nini.
She's so cute.
And say hi,
Daddy,
Papa.
there's. Oh,
Yeah.
she loved him so much.
Tissue. They're only our cookies. We're not sharing.
Oh, look, so Cece gets it.
Thank you, guys. All right, hold this.
Good job.
So she sees that Cece got some in there and Chris lets it go. He doesn't care, which I wouldn't either. But I guess when you're baking, you have to.
Don't dump it yet. Don't dump it. Hold it tight.
She's trying to get the little pieces and put it on the thing, on the
Thank you,
spoon.
Jamie. Hi.
I can't take it. I love that kid.
Dump it.
Whoa, good job.
Yucky.
Yucky.
You talking about
I
CC?
dump it.
Well, that looks delicious.
That's not yucky.
Ew.
Brown sugar.
Hold on. We're gonna
I
prepare
need
the
to make
dough,
me
and
some
then we're gonna put it in the
cookies.
refrigerator because that makes the best cookies when they're chilled.
Oh, I learned so much from her with her cooking tips. But look how cute Cece's trying to
And
put
if
it
Sharon's
in
out there,
there.
I'm rocking her Lularoe leggings.
You want a spoon?
Not a spoon.
You got a spoon. Look, you had the big wooden spoon.
Cece,
She said, huh?
What kind of spoon you want?
So, of course, Bella wants what Cece has. That's normal. Oh my God, she is so
watch out.
cute.
So we're gonna mix this in here, all the sugars,
Oh, wow.
lots of sugar,
Oh, wow. You guys are going to be hyped up later.
sugar.
We're not putting that in there yet. Not yet.
Wait, Cece.
Wait.
Huh?
Okay, give me.
Say, oh, yeah.
Bella, no whining.
Look, everybody's watching. Look, they're watching you.
He just said, Bella, everybody's watching. I don't like that.
Cece, you want to say hi, Papa? Say hi, Mimi, Papa? Hi, Nana?
All right. Cece.
Good job scooping, though.
Again, for no other reason than I'm
Hey.
empathizing.
Hey, easy. No. I'll get you. Hold on.
Might turn into a mess.
Okay.
I got you.
How about I'll give you guys this?
Oh no, I think this is a big
All right, we got
issue.
bubbles. Good job.
No.
Oh my God. She just like karate chopping.
Girls.
Cece is so possessive over this.
No chocolate?
I love
If you
her.
want chocolate, you just get this bowl. Want a bigger one? We're gonna go.
Oh my God, it looks different in 1.5.
This is the morning. This is why I love and I thrive. Right? It's never a dull moment.
Seems
Cece,
more intense.
you want the orange bowl?
You want blue?
I have another blue one.
I
Look
see
at
dark
that.
blue.
All right, then no chocolates for you. All right, guys.
Then
we're
no
gonna
chocolate
go.
for you. Anyone that has ever watched any of these videos knows that Bella's very favorite food in the whole wide world is chocolate chips. So she said, so no chocolates for you. And the problem is she'll wind up giving her chocolates. So that is like a empty threat, which everybody does. I'm sure I have. I don't know. I've always known that I shouldn't do that just because of my training and psychology, but that is normal every now and then. But just try, if you remember, not to do empty threats, because then the kid doesn't take you serious.
Here, Cece. You want some, Bella? No? Okay. We love you guys. Hannah, oh my goodness. Literally, I'm glad I thrive because I can handle
I'm glad I thrive. There we go.
You ate it all? Oh, you don't want them? Okay. You don't have to have chocolate. I thought it'd make them happy, but I guess it doesn't. So I'm going to go and handle this and finish these cookies because I got to go to Costco and get detergent because I forgot yesterday. And then click list at King Soopers because I love it now. And that's it. That's my day. I'm finished cooking. Right? Right. Love you guys. See you later. We'll be back. Say bye. Bye.
I love her.
Show me your pigtail, Cece. Show me your hair. All right. We're going to go. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh. Oh, wait. It says later that day. Oh. I guess that was an ending. I don't know. I thought it was going to show like something with them, but it doesn't. Okay. So let's see. Where are we at? Oh my gosh. Oh, how about my pictures off? I thought it was on that whole time. How about that? My bad. I think I turned it off to go let the dog in and then maybe to get it, take a drink. I always bake with my granddaughters. They're 2 and 4. Oh, would you? So in that situation, if you were baking with them, what would you have like? Wait, what does that say? Dr. Spock is all you need to raise kids, or have things changed? You're a riot. You're funny. Yeah, I think I'm off to bed too. I have work tomorrow morning, believe it or not. She learned to cook really well from her mom. Inspire. I'm telling you, I got so many like tips off of her. Like there's definitely something to that, like the chilled cookie dough it's amazing. Like there's a few tips that she gets. Oh, she does these little cannoli bites. Oh my God. And she even makes like, oh my gosh, you could tell I'm hungry and I'm a big Italian over here. Wait, let me take this off so I could go up. There we go. There we go. So she makes these little, they're like, she calls them like mini cannoli bites. What do I have on my face? Oh my God, that's the one thing about having a camera like this. I could see every little thing. Anyway, she makes these little cannoli things and they're like, she makes her own little dough. Not dough, like the shell, whatever it's called. And then she makes the cannoli filling and puts them in there and then puts the chocolate chips on top. I'm like, to die for. And then she makes what she says a cannoli. Oh my God, what does she call it? She says, I'm making oh my God, a something cake. And then Bella says, oh my God, it's a cannoli cake, but it's like her first. Oh my God, someone in chat has to know. And then we'll end it. Oh my God, truth. I was just thinking that, and I might go spend $100 on soup. I'm starving. Oh my God, does someone know? A po cake. She makes a po cake. What in the hell is a po cake? Does anyone know what that is? That's the answer. It just came to me. A cannoli po cake. I'm like, I guess I could Google it too. But I never knew what that was. But it sounds delicious. It does. You guys are a few seconds behind me, so I'm just waiting to see. I have no idea, says Harlan. That's funny. I'll have to go look it up. But you guys, it has been a fabulous night here with you guys, and I cannot believe there's still so many people here. I appreciate all of you. I can't believe that I've been on here for 4 hours. What? What did she do to her? I was going to guess tiramisu. Oh, yes. Po cakes are so good. Easy to make. What is it? I need to know what it is. It sounds delicious. I cannot believe I've been on here this long, you guys. Cuff you what? I am? Midnight here in Calgary. Off to bed. Have a lovely night, everyone. April, we're hanging up too. I'm just trying to see what a po cake is real quick. And as soon as I find out, I'm hanging up. I have to know what it is now. But if Jenny doesn't answer, I'm sure somebody will find it. 2 a.m. Where are you, Birdie? 3 a.m. where you are, you guys. It's 2 a.m. where I'm at. I cannot believe we all stayed up this late. We're so bad. We're all going to be mad at me tomorrow. I apologize. Thank you, guys. I feel so freaking honored. I don't know what it is, but I want it. April, don't you want to eat something right now? We stayed up so damn late that it's like the next meal already. I'm about to go make eggs or something. Almost 11 there. So you must be on the West Coast. So you guys, it's only 11 there. Shelly's lucky. It's in the middle of the night for most of us. I work at 3 p.m. Thank you so much. I feel so blessed to have you all here. I think I'm just going to look up what a po cake is, and I'm going to go eat something real quick and go to bed because I need something now. I don't know what I want, though. Ooh, you know what I think I have? Cinnamon buns, and they're baked from the bakery. Google says that it's a cake that you poke holes in and pour something over, like putting gelatin, sweetened condensed milk into holes. Po cake, I get it. Haha. Truth, I'm so dun. Po cake, that makes sense. You poke it. Thank you, Harlan. Thank you, Truth. And then often topped off with whipped cream or frosting. I like Cool Whip too. Yummy. I don't know what condensed milk would taste like in there, but maybe some cannoli dip. She said she made cannoli one. Yes, you can name a million flavors. Oh, I want some. All right, you guys, thank you all for being here. And wait, real quickie, Birdie, hold on. Birdie, I want to give you a special thank you for being here for 3 months and for giving me this $19.99 super sticker. It was so very kind of you. And then you hung out with me for the whole night. I couldn't ask for any better support. I appreciate you. I appreciate Truth. I appreciate Harlot, Cuff You, all of the people that are here. I actually am a little bit OCD, so I'm going to wind up sitting here and saying everybody's name. So I'm going to try not to do that. But Jenny and everyone here, and Travis and Jewelry, and I don't know, all of you, April, all of you. Barbara, Ash, all inspire me. See, this is what I'm going to wind up doing. Justice Jane. Where'd you go? Colorado. I'm so excited, you guys. Look at all these new people in here. Can you guys please do me a favor and hit subscribe if you enjoyed this, because that's the best way to support me too. That is just as much support as a super sticker in the long run, believe it or not. X-Girl, thank you for being here. All of you, thank you for being here. I don't know who else is still here, but thank you all. Shelly, all of you. I'm going to hang up, or I'm never going to hang up. Thank you to my mods, who I always forget to say thank you to until I hit end stream. And then I write it in capital letters real big because I feel bad. Oh, you let Flojo. What's up, Flojo? Thank you for being here. Flojo, thank you for being here. Travis, it's always a pleasure. And good night, you guys. I'm literally so tired, and I have work at 8. But it's going to be worth it. Good night, y'all. Please like, subscribe, and share if you enjoyed this so that I can continue to bring you content. Thank you so much.